Fala galera, Grassotti na área e startando o tão sonhado dia de Path of Exile 2. Finalmente a Grinding Gear Games vai anunciar aí essa boniteza pra nós, que eu não tô me aguentando de tanto adiamento que já teve. Tô esperando esse jogo desde 2021, sei que a câmera está desligada, estou terminando de beber o meu T-Tux aqui. Cê é louco, o Grassotti está numa correria, malandrossauros. Mas o combinado não sai caro, o prometido aqui está. Eu já ligo a câmera, 25 segundos aí restantes para esse evento incrível e que venha logo dia 6 de dezembro para a gente poder jogar igual os lunáticos. Aí a stream vai explodir. Não sei como é que vocês estão aí, vocês estão esperando freneticamente aí o poizão da massa, porque eu tô que não durmo já. Hum. E saúde para nós, né? Tá ligado, daquele jeitão. Ah. E vai começar, rapaziada.
When you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman. Shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
Arqueiro é sempre arqueiro, né, galera?
Falando.
Olha esta fucking magia incineradora. Ó, adeus floresta, é isso? Caraca. O tão aguardado momento, galera. O tão aguardado
A
momento.
mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword.
Vocês conseguem pôr uma legenda pra
Oren?
gente?
Captain? It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, Rookie! Blade up!
Come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not.
Que evolução de CG, né, da Grinding Gear Games. Eu acho que dá pra... Não dá pra comparar um jogo de 2003, tudo bem que ele foi trabalhado nesse tempo todo, né? Mas ainda em cima da engine que ele foi baseado, né? Os tempos aí, querendo ou não, 11 anos depois, né? Finalmente a gente tá vindo no lançamento de Path of Exile 2. Lindeza, cara. Eu sei que a Blizzard ela é referencial, né, em CGI, em CG no geral. Ela é muito braba mesmo. Nossa senhora!
Captain! Captain!
Foi beitadaço. Eita. Caraca, que espada animal, velho. Minha nossa senhora. Isso é um druida?
Stop. Humanity isn't ready. On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
Foi deitado também, ó. Olha o outro aí, ó. Zé Ruela 2 vezes, ó. Esse cara ali tava cheirando arroz queimado. Malandro.
What is this?
Virou sacrifício. Já era. A cor de sangue vai ser tomado.
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true.
Fala,
But you
Proença,
will
estamos
watch
acompanhando
as
aqui
we
esse
destroy everything you
incrível
have built.
momento. Incrível.
Bind him!
Tá aqui, ó, tá aqui firme e forte a webcam aqui, ó. Ó nós aí. Olha nós aí.
Grow, my child.
Belezura? Como
I'll
é que
make
você tá?
sure you can eat your fill.
É bom demais, né, velho? Caraca, que bela apresentação, hein, galera? Que bela apresentação.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect.
Segura.
So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent.
Hoje não, Proença, hoje é.
Life and death
Eu vim
are
fazer a
mortal
cobertura aqui
enemies, and yet
da live da GGG, né?
bound
Falando sobre o
to
Path
one
of Exile
another.
2. Tô esperando esse jogo aí desde 2021, velho.
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
Já jogou o Path of Exile 1 já, ô Proença?
Some have said my methods are brutal.
Olha aqui, muito louco.
To this, I say, there can be no salvation without
Mano, eu tô ansiosaço pra ver
sacrifice.
esse game, rapaziada. Ansiosaço. É sério. Tem que tomar cuidado que eu não vou querer fazer outra coisa da vida a não ser jogar isso aí, velho. Igual um lunático. Cara, eu tô com um hype, sinceramente, lá em cima. Eu já queria muito dois, desde que eles anunciaram a primeira vez, né? A gente sabe que teve diversos adiamentos ali desde
We are
2021
faced
e
with
tal,
the end,
um pouco antes da
and
pandemia.
I will do what I must.
Porra, os atlas, velho, os mapas. Pô, mais de 100 boss, cara, mais de 100 boss. Imagina só. E assim, tem mecânica, tá ligado? Você tem que esquivar, cada um tem o seu estileiro ali. E aí você vê a Blight, acho que era Blight não dessa liga. Foi assim, tem muita base já do PoE 1, tá ligado? O jogo não vai ser totalmente revolucionário, totalmente original. E nem acho que tem que ser também, tá ligado? Tem muita coisa do PoE 1
Those
que dá
who
pra extrair e
obsess
trazer
with
pro 2.
death, let them
Mas óbvio que só
soon
tem
be
inovações,
acquainted
mecânicas
with
novas,
it.
tá um atrativo diferente do que a gente já tá acostumado. Pô, bonito, cara. Me agrada.
Now,
a
as you
arte
just
aqui.
saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him.
Aí tá mostrando todas não, né? Estamos vendo 6 só. Isso aí tava até com touca de natação já, malandro.
And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren
O jogo tá bonito, hein, velho. Minha nossa. E aí, travou a stream? Por quê? Uai.
plains of the Vesteri Desert. and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an
Muita gente
ancient Val
assistindo,
city.
travou até a stream dos caras ali, ó.
There are challenging
Ih, malandro. Tá osso, hein? Tá osso.
monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and
Juro
treasures,
que aqui tá tudo normal, hein, galera.
roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes
Tem
available.
tanta gente entrando
Let's
na
have a
stream
look
dos
at
caras
them.
que tá até travando, velho.
The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To
Urra.
get new skills, you'll first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing.
Cara, tá normal aqui a princípio. Deixa aqui travado em 1080, vamos ver se... Melhor é que frisa, tipo, technical difficulties, tá ligado? Caramba. Cara, deixa eu tentar dar um refreshão aqui, calma lá, desculpa aí, galera. Isso é o que eu te falei, ó, a princípio tá normal, pode ver que até a propaganda não trava, né? Esse aqui é impressionante, esse aqui...
Marcar mais o rosto?
Qual o nome dele?
Contorno, né?
Opa! Aí!
Contorno!
Acertou uma, hein? Isso é base ou é blush?
Hashtag
Essa é a base.
safadeza com
Essa é
nós.
base.
Eu já vi um anúncio que ia mostrar o
Parabéns,
anúncio de
André.
novo.
Se você não suou aqui comigo, você tá pronto pra qualquer entrevista, viu?
Vamos.
Tá sequinho.
Ó, pelo amor, hein?
Gente!
Não tá ajudando, né? Mas pelo jeito é os caras ali, galera. Aí, ó. Technical difficulties, ó. Caralho. Tá brabo a coisa, viu? Que não era eu não, eu avisei. Ih, caralho. Que fase que nós tá, a gente explodiu. Ô. Tava com 165 mil simultâneos aqui, acho que eu vi pico já de 170, 180. Caraca.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Agora vai de novo, agora vai. Muito obrigado, hein? Muito obrigado.
Precious. Those who
Power and tends to harness.
Aí.
There are
Os caras que tá
21
voltando
active
aí,
skills
indo,
for
galera.
core
Sou eu
staves.
não.
So this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE2.
Beleza. Vocês voltaram aqui, ó. Beleza.
Explore the dark
Então não era a
forests
gente,
of
não.
Ogum.
Confia.
Traverse the barren plains of the Vesteri
Acontece, tá de
Desert,
boa.
and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city.
Delve também é da hora.
There are challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same.
Ó, que da hora.
It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first,
Aí,
you'll need
vamos
to
às
pick a class.
classes. Então aguardado o momento.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them.
Terceira classes
The
aí do
Monk
Early
is a
Access.
fast and furious melee fighter.
O monge.
He
Fala,
dashes in and out
Evandreira,
of
ótima
combat, and his
tarde, meu
mechanics
nobre.
involve building up and keeping momentum.
Ó
Like
quem vai
all
atrasar
classes
sua
in
espinha aí, ó.
PoE2,
Meu
you'll want to use a
Exile
wide
2,
variety
malandro.
of skills to mix and match different
Confia que ela vai
combos.
sair, hein? Ela vai sair essa espinha, eu tenho fé pra caramba.
To get new skills,
E
you'll
eu
first need
mapeio
to
a todo
find skill
momento tudo,
gems.
cara. Eu mapeio
Using a
todos
skill
os
gem
dias,
will
velho.
open the gem cutting
Independente
menu,
de compro-
which shows all the
comprando ou não,
active
saca?
skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up,
Eu tô num
or
hype
choose to
absurdo
engrave
pra
a
esse
new one.
jogo, velho.
Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even
Já
if you
jogou
pick a
o Path
new
of
skill,
Exile
it will
já,
immediately
Evandreira?
be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning,
Cara, eu vou ser bem
Ice.
franco, cara. Eu acostumei jogar action RPG
And
com
wind.
um arqueiro, né?
but don't think you have to
No
stick
caso
to
aqui
just one. The best
Hunters
combos are
ou
going to involve mixing
a
elements
Ranger.
of all 3.
Aqui vai
Let's
ficar
try
com
killing
uma Ranger, né,
palm.
arqueira.
Like many monk
Mas
skills,
acho que
this
a
can be
classe
used to quickly take
assim, eu vou
advantage
fazer
of a
um Hunter, eu
specific
quero fazer
situation.
uma lança, uma
If there's an
lanceira.
enemy on low life,
Só
you can
que
use
a
killing
classe que mais
palm
me
to
chamou a
dash to
atenção,
them
a
and
grande
kill them
verdade, por
instantly.
enquanto que foi
This
mostrado,
will
foi
provide a
justamente o
power
Monk, cara.
charge. Then we can use a
Puta, o
different skill to
estilo dos
consume that
ataques
power
dele, a
charge for a much more
gameplay,
devastating
tá
attack.
bem da hora, velho. Achei bem
The
da
monk
hora.
also has powerful combo skills.
Ô, beleza,
Temper
Bandeira?
Spell, for example,
Tranquilo.
is a skill that
E
places
hoje
a
mesmo eu
giant
devo fazer um
resonating
vídeo aí
bell.
falando sobre essa
Hitting the
live
bell
e tal,
causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around.
falando
You can also do
do
things like freeze
pré-lançamento
or
aí que vai
shock the
ocorrer
bell,
no
which
dia
will add
6, né, de
elemental
dezembro.
damage to the
Então,
strikes.
galera que estiver acompanhando a stream, logo menos
The
tem
monk
vídeo
also
novo
has
aí
a variety of
da
abilities to
expectativa
empower
do
his
Path of
staff.
Exile 2.
If an enemy is close to being stunned,
Porém,
you can use
lógico que antes de
staggering
ser
palm to
apresentada
punch
essa
them
live,
down.
esse vídeo,
After that, any attack you do will shoot
não
out wind
tema porque eu vou fazer um
projectiles.
vídeo também após essa live também, contando mais detalhes
There
e
are
tal.
21
Finalmente
active
vai ter o
skills for
preço, né,
quarter
apesar de
staves,
vocês estando
so this just scratches the surface of the
A gente
options
aqui
that
no
you
Brasil quer
have.
saber quanto que vai ser a
In-game, you'll be
localização.
dashing from pack to pack,
Tô chutando entre
spewing
80
projectiles
reais
and
e 120,
obliterating screens of
130,
enemies
mais
with
ou menos,
huge combo
aproximadamente.
attacks.
Espero que não fuja muito disso.
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He
Vamos arar o
pounds the
dele aí,
ground with
rapaziada.
big
A galera
chunky
que gosta
attacks
do
and can
porradeiro
shrug
dos
off the hits of
tanques.
small enemies with large amounts of armor.
Pô, a animação das skills tá bem
Even
da
though
hora,
the
né,
mace
velho?
slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be
Olha isso.
retargeted as you go, and if you
Barulho,
find
tá
yourself
ligado? A
committed to
água
a
ali,
long
ó,
attack,
correndo ali,
you
ó.
can dodge roll out of
Você vê
it
que tá
at
uma
any time.
correnteza braba ali no rio.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to
Cara, eu
erupt with
jamais
lava.
imaginei
I can even run through them with a
que
skill like Stampede to do huge
ia
amounts of damage.
passar a supremacia de diabo.
The warrior
Pode
can
perguntar
also
quem
use
pegou lá no
war
começo,
cries,
um
which
e o
can
dois, né?
empower your next skill.
Galera mais velha.
Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack.
É até duro
The
pra mim falar
Stampede
isso,
counts as
saca?
a slam,
Pra mim,
so I
o
can
Path
double
of
that for
Exile
even more
superou o diabo.
craziness.
Vamos ver como é que vai ser
If
os
you want
dois
to
aí,
go a
pra
little
gente dar um
faster and be a
veredito
little more
referente a
defensive,
isso.
equip a shield.
Já falei,
In PoE 2, you can raise
cima.
your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding
Ah,
up
dá
your
pra
shield, your
defender
stun
ali, ó.
meter will build as you take damage, so be careful.
Ah, ali, ó,
If it
tipo uma
reaches
barrinha de
100%,
stagger.
your stance will break
Vai tomar
and you will
isso.
be vulnerable.
Ah, não, ele começa a tomar dano, da hora.
Some enemies also have
Ou seja, dá pra ficar
unblockable
defendendo
attacks,
infinito,
which
faz
are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
Isso é legal
Using a
porque
shield
abre
also
uma
gives you access to
gama
shield
diferente
skills,
de
like
gameplay,
shield
né? Se
charge,
você quer jogar tipo
which
um lado
allows
mais
you
de
to charge
esquiva,
towards enemies and stun them.
mais defesa, porque o personagem pode
While
ser mais
charging,
pesado
you're also
e tal.
blocking the whole time, so you
É
have
bom
full
ter
damage
opções,
immunity from
sabe,
the
de
front.
estilo de gameplay.
The warrior
Isso
also
agrada
has
bastante,
access to
porque geralmente a
totems.
defesa em Action RPG
Some
é uma
totems
parada
have
meio que
built-in abilities,
automática, né?
like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies
Tudo
and
bem que
trigger
aqui você ainda
aftershocks
talvez
like those
deva
from the
continuar
earthquake.
tendo
But you can also get
a chance
ancestral
de
warrior
defender,
totems,
né?
which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my ancestral warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
Oh, da hora, um totem que fica
There are
copiando
20
suas
active
skills.
skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But
o
by
tamanho dos
in-game, you're going to be
gigantes, digamos
dropping
que
hammers
tá.
from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
Bora todo
Time for some
inimigo.
ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels
Essa
agile as
muito me
well.
interessa, que é a
In
Ranger.
PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat.
Ranger é aquela história, né? Vai esquivando,
Bow
atacando,
skills have a
esquivando,
variety
atacando,
of
tem um
lightning,
DPS bem
poison,
alto.
ice, and physical attacks.
Só que ela é bem squishy,
Lightning
né?
attacks bounce around
Sabe
between
se
targets.
posicionar.
You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat.
O tamanho do porrete do bicho, ela é uma coluna. Ah,
Ice
da hora,
attacks
da
allow
hora.
you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using
Pra quem não
poison, not only
sabe,
can you slowly
no
damage your
Boy 1,
enemies from afar,
eu
but
jogava
also
com a
grow
arqueira,
some
né? Eu fazia a
interesting
build
plants.
do Ice Shot Dead Eye.
With 21 bow
Vídeo
skills
muito bem
and
feito
all the
do tutorial
mobility
do
and
Apex
combo
pra
tools the
live,
ranger
cara. É um
has,
bom
you can take
referencial ali
advantage of
da-
every situation.
na
By
internet,
in-game, you'll be
saca?
creating hundreds of
Mundão
arrows,
do-
be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of
Faz tudo
tornadoes.
com muita veleidade, cara. Tudo
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask
De maneira
slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to
E é
heal
certeza
6 or
que em algum
7
momento eu vou
times if
fazer
they're
algum
full.
arqueiro, uma arqueira no
But that's
caso,
not
né,
the
você
only
escolhe o
thing you can
gênero
use
na-
charges for.
Já vem inclusive
Charms
de
are a
acordo com a
new
classe.
item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
Quase foi de base
To
ali.
recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Cara, que
The
estranho.
mercenary
só...
wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different
Dois
ammo
potions.
types, offering versatility, power,
Será que
and
os
mobility.
3 pódios ficam
All
substituídos por
classes
esse
in Path of
charme?
Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes
Nunca
this
tive a
class
impressão
play
que os
exactly
são
like a
iguais
shooter. For the
Tinha prestado
crossbow, you will
atenção
find
nisso até
skills that
então.
work like
O pódio
shotguns,
são 5 pódios.
sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade
Cenáriozão é
launchers.
da hora também, velho.
But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos
Ainda
too.
quero fazer uma build de
It's
explosão,
very
velho.
fast to switch between ammo types, as long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage.
Muito louco, mano.
If I
O
come
livro é
across
tipo
an
uma
armored
12, tá
enemy,
ligado? É um
I can
crossbow,
use
mas, mano,
armor-piercing rounds to
o
break
som,
their
o
armor,
jeito de atacar
and then
é uma 12
high-velocity
o bagulho.
rounds to take them down.
12.
Or perhaps I could fire a gas
Rifle
grenade
de
to
assalto
poison
é tudo
enemies
ali num
before
bagulho
detonating
só.
the cloud
É
with
arma
an
de fogo, né?
explosive shot
Gunfire.
for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work,
Agora
then
o
the witch
Ricardo
should be
pira.
your choice. She can call
Começar a
forth
adentrar
hordes
nas
of undead
magias aí.
monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful
Witch,
chaos
né?
spells that debilitate her enemies.
Fala,
Cult skills are
Ricardeira!
some of the
O
most
Pedrão,
varied
né?
in the
Acho que é o
game, with
Ricardeira.
skeletons, noxious
Nós vamos fazer
spells,
apostas.
specialty minions,
É o Pedrão?
curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource
Ô,
in Path
bom
of Exile
cafezinho
2
pra você,
called
Bandreira.
Spirit.
É o
This
mago,
is a
falou do
spirit
mago,
gem, which
malandro,
allows
olha
you
que
to pick from
aparece.
a
É
range of
feiticeira,
persistent
malandro.
skills.
Qual que é
All
a chance
classes
do
have a
cara
variety of
aparecer
these skills
no
which can add some
momento?
very interesting effects,
Da Witch,
like
velho, não
Arctic
é
Armor, which
possível.
does cold damage to enemies that hit you,
Caraca.
or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a
Não
fire
tem
spell.
jeito. É o
For the
Merlin,
Witch,
é
though,
isso?
we'll want to be using our spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill
Podia
screen to
lançar hoje, né, mano? Os
allocate
caras
which
falaram de
minions I
surpresa,
would
ó.
like in my horde.
Era brincadeira,
You can
galera.
see the
Pegadinha
spirit
nada de
cost of each
aceitação
one.
lançando agora.
Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies.
Tenho minhas dúvidas quanto
But
a
I
essa
want more heavy
informação.
hitters in my
Mas
army,
dessa vez eu tenho
so I'm going
certeza
to
que tá
unsummon
coberto de
some
razão.
warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command
Aí a
skills.
galera da
You
preguiça
can
aí, ó.
order these
A
guys
galera
to
da
detonate your own
preguiça.
minions
Cadê a
for
galera
even
que
more
gosta de
damage
jogar
and
de
area of
necromante
effect.
aí, ó?
If you want a
Invoca
bigger
30
army,
bichos, vai
you'll
tomar
need a
café
scepter.
igual o Evandro fez agora.
This new weapon type is imbued with even
Ah, não é
more
pra mim não,
spirit,
pelo
allowing
amor de
you to
Deus.
summon even more friends.
É louco.
And if you want an even
Acho sem
bigger
graça
army than
jogar
that,
assim.
you can take advantage of corpses to summon true
Invoca
hordes of
50 mil
minions.
bonecos e, mano, vai
But what
assistir
can a
o
witch
Naruto.
do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your
Necromante
enemies,
é coisa de
or bone
preguiçoso.
skills to impale
Tô
them.
causando
Or, you
polêmica
know,
aqui.
you could curse them
Pô,
to
essa
make them weaker so
skill
your
da
horde can
Witch,
take them
velho, achei
down.
muito louca. Tipo, essas
There are
lanças meio
25 active
espectral que ela
occult
lança,
skills.
tá ligado?
By
Que
the
ela vai
endgame, you'll be the
acumulando
leader of a
e vai
fearsome army
várias.
of the
Pô,
dead,
achei
consuming
animal,
everything in
velho,
its
animal.
path. The sorceress bends the
Falei que
elements
era
to
às
her will,
17
using
horas,
them to unleash
malandro. A
devastation on
galera
her
tava
foes.
viajando,
This
mano. Falando
classic
9 horas,
spellcaster
falei,
weaves a
mano.
flurry of elemental
esses
magic from
malucos.
afar.
Copiou do outro
The
e ninguém
elemental skills
pesquisou a
have everything you might
informação.
expect
Mas
and
a
more.
hitbox não
Fireballs,
para, irmão.
icy
O meu
explosions,
vício aqui,
lightning
ó,
storms, you get the idea.
é maior, rapaz.
Each
Eu
spell
falei
is
que era
unique
5
and has
horas da
many different
tarde.
ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements.
Ô, cê é louco, hein,
For
Ricardeira?
example,
Esse layout tá
Flame Wall
incrível, hein?
conjures a burning line that
Vou te
not
dar
only
todos os
damages
créditos por ele, hein?
enemies, but also
Dá todos os
empowers
créditos
all
por ele.
projectiles that pass through it.
Você foi um
If you
fenômeno.
place a wall and fire lightning
bonito,
sparks
tá
through
bonito.
it,
Tá
you'll
aprovado,
gain
ó.
extra fire damage.
Tá melzinho na chupeta?
It's a good
Tá
idea to
like
take
a
advantage
mage.
of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills.
E
Having
galera,
a
é isso
special
mesmo,
staff
cara.
with
Então o
bonuses
foil
to
vai
fire
ser só
skills
duas
and another with
potions
bonuses to
e
lightning skills can
os
really
outros
power
3
up
vai
a
ser
combo
substituído
like
por um
this.
charme. Eu tenho que entender
The
o que esses
sorceress can
charmes
also take
fazem.
advantage of powerful
Então a
trigger
gente não vai ter
gems.
aquela loucura
For
de, mano, além de
example,
usar as
you
skills,
could grab
começar a
the
usar
Cast
5
and Ignite
potions e,
gem
mano,
and
começa a
use it
combar
with
as
Firestorm.
skills. Aqueles combos malucos
As
de
you
MMO,
ignite
sabe?
enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner.
Interessante, é bem
When it's
interessante,
full,
porque daí só
a
fica
Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that
não
was ignited.
necessariamente não possa ter bots únicos,
There are
né, de
25
mana,
active
vida e
elemental skills.
alguns
By
diferentes.
endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on
As
your
skill
foe.
aí, Ricardeira, que lindeza, malandro.
Now,
Vai vendo a
those are the
diferença.
characters that will be available at the start of
Oh,
early
você vê que tem
access,
skill
but we will be
diferente,
adding
ó.
6 more character classes with just
Pra
as
mim o
many
Diablo
skills and
pecou
options as
muito nisso,
these.
velho. Muito
There's a
mesmo, de
lot more to
verdade,
come.
velho.
There's one more important thing to mention about skills.
Ó.
Even though we talk about them as
Sai,
belong
hoje
to
saiu o
each
preço
class,
oficial sim, irmão.
in reality
Na
there are
verdade,
no
o preço oficial já
restrictions.
tem, né? O que a
You
gente
can
não tem é a
use all these skills
localização,
on
essa é
any
a
class so long as
realidade.
you have the attributes.
Porque $30 já é certo, né?
For example, a Poison
A
Ranger
questão é
might
se a
want to
conversão
try
vai ser
out
direta
using
em
occult
73
curses
pilas,
to
vocês vão
increase
fazer a
her poison
localização
damage.
mesmo.
Or a monk might want to
A
trigger
GGG ela
elemental
costuma
ice
fazer a
balls to use with
localização,
her
né? Tanto é que
glacial
eu falei.
cascade combo.
Tem pack de
The
$30
possibilities for
ali no
cross-class
POI 1
combos
que é
are
80
practically
pila.
unlimited.
79
We're looking
quebrados,
forward to
mas
what kind of
80
things you
pra
guys might
arredondar.
find.
Não sei se
Now,
vai
Path of
seguir
Exile is a
exatamente
game
assim,
known
né?
for build
Pode ser que eles elevem
customization, and we
pouco.
haven't even scratched the surface of
Mas é o
what
que
is
eu falei, eu acho
possible
que vai
yet.
estar na faixa de R$80 até
So let's
estourando
talk
acho que
about
130,
support
estou
gems.
chutando eu, tá ligado? Pô, não é possível que os caras vão
Path of
jogar um
Exile 2
early
is a
access ali de
system of
6
support
meses lá em
gems that can
cima
be
no jogo que vai
combined
ser
with your
free, né?
active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem,
Mesmo que
then right-clicking it
seja
will open up this screen.
convertido, saca, em
Here
moedas
you
do
will find a
jogo, eles vão dar
variety of
detalhes aqui
recommended support
finalmente,
gems for each
porque
of
não
your
vai ser só
skills
o
that you
valor
can pick
seco,
between.
né? Você vai
For
ganhar
example,
parte
this is a
do
multiple
valor,
projectile
totalidade,
support
não
gem and
sabemos
can be
ainda.
used to add multiple
É, na
projectiles
moeda
to
do
any
jogo,
skill.
tal, etc.
Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like
Ele falando
this.
sobre as skills aí, Cardeira.
But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them.
Aí, ó, tipo, a skill
Once you
normal
have the
vai
gem,
tá
you
ligado?
can also freely move it
Suporte,
between
virou
any of the
3.
skills on your character.
Lembrando que isso
If
aí
you
tá
want
no
to have a
level 1, né?
multi-shot
Deixa eu ver
sniper
ali.
rifle
Não
instead,
consegui ler.
then simply move the gem over to your high
Mas isso aí
velocity round
evolui, né?
skill.
Então pode ser que vire 5
Generally speaking, if it
projéteis.
sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will
Aí, ó.
work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you
Mas
can
dá pra fazer
only
várias
have one of each
combinações,
support
tá
gem on
ligado?
your
Isso que
character,
é da hora no
so you'll
PoE,
want to
essas
think
gemas.
carefully about which supports
não
can
só mais
be used
daqueles
best with
malucos,
each skill
né?
for maximum
Amém.
damage. Now,
As
if you want to
passivas ali
stick to the
piscando,
recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports
E
that
as
will work
skills
with your
mesmo são
skill.
fixas, né? As
There are
minhas agora.
hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the
E vai
results of all
variar,
the
vai ser as
possible ways
gemas
these can
exatamente
interact.
suporte, tá ligado?
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
E é bom
Now,
porque
all
você
of
tem
this is
sempre as
just
tags
scratching
em
the
cima, tá
surface.
ligado? Porque
You can
puta,
make
nem
frost
você não sabe, né, o
vortexes,
que
break
suporte
people's
vai
armor,
fazer.
make minions explode,
Aí
make
essas
skills
tags
repeat,
ajudam como foi em Diablo 4, aí que você já tava acostumado.
make enemies set each other
Ô,
on fire,
saiu, tá
cull
quanto,
enemies or
Ricardeira?
pin them to the ground.
É isso que eu ia falar, eu não cheguei a olhar a Steam, velho, antes da
Supports that
stream.
you drastically change the behavior of your
Ok,
skills
deve ser
and create
tipo
your own unique
Standard,
build,
Deluxe
or at least follow someone's
o
OP build guide.
Premium Ultra
So,
High
speaking of
Plus.
builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of
Tem que ver
Exile
o que cada
systems,
oferece.
the passive skill tree.
Ah,
it's
boa,
huge.
galera. 89
There
mais
are over
barato. Aí, Ricardo, já
1,500
trouxe a
nodes on
informação aí.
Now, a
90
lot of
pila,
people
galera.
open the tree and
A
can get
versão
a little
standard, então.
intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its
E as
core,
outras duas,
it's pretty
Ricardeira,
simple.
por gentileza.
Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold.
Eu vou terminar esse stream e já vou comprar Malandrossauros.
Now, the
Famoso
tree is
xarope
generally
Take My
divided
Money.
up into clusters which have similar
162, o
themes.
intermediário.
In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not
Aí, ó,
consume a bolt.
25% do crossbow ataque não
And here's one that gives
consumir o-
grenades a chance to blow up a second time.
Pô, 20% de chance de ativar 2 vezes.
This
da
one gives a
hora.
chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain,
30% de chance de
as well
perfurar
as
o
giving you some
inimigo ali.
pierce chance to make that more likely.
30% ainda de conectar num
Note that
próximo.
even though this is in
Da
the
hora.
mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes.
Bem legal que tem
So
passivas
there are often
específicas
reasons
da
to go to
skill,
different
tá ligado?
areas of the
Frase
tree.
skills, né? Não uma skill específica.
In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need.
Que bom,
You
que
can
bom
change
que
which attribute these
você
nodes give
gasta
you
só
for half price
goldzinho
at
ali
the
pra
respec
tirar os
vendor.
pontos e repor. E, mano, que bom.
In addition to
Não precisa
notables, you will
fazer a
also
árvore
find even
inteira.
larger
Amém.
passives called keystones.
Porra, já pensou
Keystones
você
have
ter
both
40
an
pontos pra
upside
tirar um?
and a downside,
Pelo
and
amor,
often
dá
require
170.
changing your entire build to
Então é
design
isso,
around
rapaziada.
them.
Temos os 3
A
preços aí
great
de
example
Path
is
of Exile 2, hein?
Giant's Blood, which
89
allows
reais,
you to wield 2 hand
162,
weapons in a
260.
single hand,
Eu vou fazer um
but
vídeo
doubles the
explicando
attribute
tudo detalhe
requirements
por
of them.
detalhe, não se preocupem.
You can use a
Outra
two-hand
coisa,
mace device with a
acompanha nosso
shield
YouTube,
or
aproveita
even
pra
dual
se
wield
inscrever aí, dá o followzão monstro aí na stream, que a liberdade vai cantar. Ou a
Or
falta
how
dela.
about
porque o
Mind Over
comparador
Matter,
vai ser
which
onde
makes
tá mais.
all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen.
Ou
Skills
o
like
fungo do
these can be
Behemoth
tough
ali.
to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding.
Causa menos crítico quando
As
tiver
we
com
showed you
vida cheia,
earlier on the
construir o resto.
Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you
Ué,
use
com
certain skills.
specialization, cadê a lança?
One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you
Ignite
switch
effect,
between weapon
da
sets
hora,
to
velho.
take advantage of specific
Lightning
bonuses
damage.
on the tree.
Esse muito me
For the
interessa.
Sorceress, you might want to
Vou fazer uma
change
lança
between
de
fire
raio.
and lightning specialization.
Muito louco o negócio linkando, né, velho? Ó.
Or you
É,
could
dá
switch
até um
between
gosto de
one
ver.
hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
Então não tem desculpa, Ricardeira.
Or perhaps
Estamos
you could have
jogando
a
Day
full
1 aqui
curse
na
setup on your
Hitbox. Eu falei
witch
pra
to
geral, e
debuff
você
enemies
jogar Day
before
1.
switching to a Chaos
Vocês se
DGen
virem aí,
build
não
for
quero
maximum
saber.
damage.
Agora não tem mais desculpa. Ele é cross, hein? Não tem nem frescureba.
If you want to stick with just
Tem que ver
one
quanto que
weapon
tá no
set,
console, né?
you
Se
can
vai vir a
just
mesma
use these
coisa.
specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book.
A gente ainda vai ter os
There are
livros de
lots of other
especialização,
permanent
referente às
boosts
armas
available from the
agora.
campaign too.
Faz parte da
On the
campanha
map, you can
principal,
see icons
provavelmente.
that indicate the many
Provavelmente
optional
deve ter,
encounters you can
Ricardeira.
find. Some of them have permanent character boosts,
O
and others
Rei
have
das
powerful
Névoas.
items.
Olha
If
lá.
you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example,
Cara, tá muito
if you
legal a
defeat
mecânica
Blackjaw
dos
the
boss olhando
Remnant,
assim
you'll gain a
por vídeo,
permanent
saca?
increase to fire
Acho que às vezes
resistance.
jogando muda muita
One of the
coisa,
most
tá?
important
Entender
finds
como é
are
que vai tá o
spirit
react
bonuses.
também.
You can find the first
Uma
one
coisa é você ver
here
o
in the
vídeo aí,
canopy in
conceito, tá?
Act 1.
Apresentação, outra coisa é jogar na
Defeat the boss
prática,
in
né?
this area to acquire a permanent addition of
Por mais que eu
spirit.
seja fanboy, eu vou
The
tentar não
permanent
ser
buffs you
cego
gain
pra
from
essas
Spirit
coisas.
are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most
Items.
important element of character progression,
Vamos de
items.
itemização,
That's why we're
galera.
all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items.
Tá bom, o Exalta de Ordem a
An
gente
orb of
conhece.
transmutation will allow you to
Transmutation
upgrade a
também
normal
transforma o
item to
normal
a
em
magic
mágico.
item with one mod.
O outro transforma em
You can then
raro.
apply an orb of augmentation to add a second
Tá, aqui é
mod,
pra você trocar
then
os
use a
rolls
regal
ali.
orb to add a third mod,
Augmentation.
and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some
Exalte,
exalted orbs
pra
to add
trocar
more mods to your
justamente
rare to a total
a
of 6
variação do raro.
mods.
Beleza, isso tá simples. São as coins que
One of
permanecem
the
no
things we
game,
think is
ok,
really
a gente já
important is
conhece.
to make these options available to use as you play.
Com certeza vai
All the
aparecer,
items that add
Ricardeira.
mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items
Ô,
much
Ricardo,
more
quem comprar o
common,
de
you can
269
also get them
começa a
by
jogar agora?
disenchanting unwanted gear at the
Você
magic
sabe?
item vendor. If you disenchant magic
Hoje?
items, you can build up to an
Daqui
orb
5
of
minutos?
transmutation, and by
Pode ser agora
disenchanting
também, não tem
rares, you can
problema.
build up to regal orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the
Aumentar a
quality of your
qualidade do
items for an
item
up to
ali, já
20%
conhecemos
boost.
também.
If you don't
Agora.
want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can
Melhora
always
os
sell them
rolls
for gold.
mínimos e máximos, né?
Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type.
É até
This
estranho
could be
ver
a great
gold
way
no
to
coin,
improve
né,
your
velho?
gear, if you're lucky.
Era corrente da
Gold is
corrente
also
da
used to
corrente,
respec your passive skills.
Era
Take
complexo.
advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required.
Foi uma boa
The
escolha
other
ter
thing you might
optado
want to
por
use gold for is the
gold.
currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market,
Azor,
in exchange for a
Biograph,
small
Biograph.
gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
Amém. Não precisa mais nada além do gold.
Now, most
Agora
gear
que
in
acho que não
Path
precisa
of
mais ir
Exile
no
2 is
hideout do
randomly
outro, né?
generated,
Ou, tipo,
but there's
fazer aquela
another type
coisa
that
aqui,
isn't.
mano. Você tinha que ver numa página da
They are
internet pra ver
especially
um
rare,
anúncio do
each
cara,
with
que
a
agora vai estar tudo
handcrafted
em game,
set
como
of
eles já
unusual
anunciaram,
mods
né?
which can dramatically
Ó,
change a
uma
character's
única,
build.
malandro.
They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character.
Essa galera vai curtir.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you
Galera
run through explode
preza
into
por
clouds of
speed
poison.
em action RPG.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you
No
into
começo é
sand
meio
as you
descartável,
teleport
mas
past
com o
your
tempo
foes.
vai virando tipo, mano.
And of course, some uniques are
Item
just pure hits of
essencial.
dopamine,
Quill
like
Rain,
Quill Rain,
ele está de
which just
volta,
turns your
ele
bow attacks into
permanece.
full auto by doubling your attack
Bom
speed.
demais, bom demais.
Each unique is something that
Era
you
o
can
único que
build
tinha
your
do
character
Play, que você
around.
geralmente conseguia
We
no
try to make
começo,
sure
né,
that
nas
most unique
iniciais.
items have a potential use at endgame, even
Ó,
if
que
you
da
find
hora,
them early
mano.
on.
A
And as you
variação
can
dos
see, every
personagens.
single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Da hora, customização, velho.
The last character progression
Ascensão,
system that you
galera,
can
são
do during the
36
campaign
classes
is
ao todo,
Ascension.
né? Se a gente levar em consideração
Starting in Act 2, you will
as
come across
ascensões.
Ascension trials,
São 12 classes
tests
e
that you
cada
must
classe tem
complete
3
to unlock your
ascensões.
Ascension
Por isso que
class.
só
We'll explain these
totaliza
trials soon,
36, né?
but first let's take a look at what
Classes ao
Ascending
todo.
can do for your character.
As 12 bases
Each
mais
class
3
has
de cada
access to
classe.
3
Aí, ó,
Ascendancy
ele vai
classes,
explicar agora.
but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest
Aí,
Caller
cardeira.
causes elemental storms to be summoned
Vai
each
ser a
time you do a
mestra dos
critical hit with a
elementos,
spell.
Alex aí.
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage. And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any
Lembra que eu
skill.
te falei a variação das skills? Aqui já dá pra ver melhor, tá
Alternatively,
vendo?
you
Os
could
raios
become a
espalhando e tal.
Chronomancer and command time itself.
Chronomancer, da hora, hein?
She literally has the ability to stop time
como é
with
que é na
time
prática.
freeze. Not only
Porra!
that, but she has many other time manipulation
Pouco apelão,
abilities.
graças a Deus.
Using Temporal
Amém.
Rift, she can teleport back to
Ah, lá,
a
lá,
previous
lá.
location,
Ah,
resetting her life and mana back to
Isso
what
aí,
it was.
se o mago
Or
já era
with
jogar
Time
no
Snap,
Easy,
she can
malandro.
reset
Isso aí é
all
o
her
quê?
cooldowns and
Pela
cast all her
primeira vez
spells
jogou
again.
online e tem pausa, é isso que eu tô vendo mesmo?
On the Warrior, you can choose
Dá
between the
uma mão, hein,
Warbringer or the
Cardeira?
Titan.
Dá uma mão, hein?
The Warbringer channels the
Sei lá,
might of
hein?
his ancestors to gain tremendous power.
Olha lá. E o
Using
que o
Arts
guerreiro
of
faz?
Core,
Pisa
you
no
can
chão,
summon
malandro.
ancestral
E
spirits
toma
linked to
porrada
each of
de
your
tudo que é lado. Aí é jogar no hard, tá vendo? Aí é
With
jogar de
Jade
verdade. ó.
Heritage, you
Nada
can
de
encase
mago,
your body
galera.
in a
Vai com o
protective
guerreiro.
layer that absorbs
Ó,
all damage
mago é
until it
mago, é tudo
breaks.
fajuto. Tá com nada. Nada.
Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies.
A espada
And
era a
with
lei.
Great Wolf's Howl,
Já
you can
tem-
ignore
já
the
tá no
cooldowns
nome.
of your war cries.
Nunca vi um desejo chamado A
Let all that
Magia era a
anger
lei. Sacou?
The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a
É
chance to
tipo
create
isso,
an
né? O
aftershock.
guerreiro gira, pode crer.
With Crushing
Pô, não
Impact,
aguento mais
every
ver
hit becomes a
gira-gira.
crushing
Não
blow,
aguento mais,
which
velho.
will allow you to stun your enemies
Eu
with
tô
ease.
pra ver o primeiro action RPG que vai ter
With
coragem de,
surprising
mano, não
strength,
criar o
you can
gira-gira,
take
velho.
advantage of stunned enemies
Eu
to
tenho
deal
certeza que
40%
quando
more
não criarem o
damage.
gira-gira, os caras vão dar um jeito, os jogadores vão dar um jeito de criar.
As a ranger,
Na
you might
gambiarra,
choose to be a
vai,
Deadeye, an expert markswoman who
Opa,
can take
essa é
down foes
importante,
with
hein?
style.
Essa é importante, hein?
With endless
Eu prefiro o
munitions,
mago
every
do que a
attack
build
gains
do
an extra
gira-gira, mano.
projectile.
Pelo amor de Deus.
With Gathering Winds, she gains a small
Ironia do
increase to
destino
movement
ou não,
speed with every attack.
sem querer acabei
But be
fazendo
careful, she
no
loses them
Last
when getting
Epoch,
hit.
né? Uma build de gira-gira.
With Eagle Eyes, she
Não
will
queria,
never
mas
miss,
foi
allowing you to stop
ficou da
wasting
hora
all
de
those
fazer.
passive points on accuracy. Alternatively,
Eagle Eyes.
you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can
Olha
choose
lá,
from one of
cadê a
several
galera do
throwable
Top Skill Rain aí,
concoctions,
ó?
allowing her to spend her
curtiu
fast
fazer as
charges to
buildzinhas
throw
de pós aí de
explosive
arqueiro.
bottles that deal various types of damage.
Mas gostaria de dizer que esse
A
shot é
bleeding
melhor, viu?
concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating
por
one
sem
can shock
clubismo.
your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Granadinha.
Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes,
lá.
while
É o Toxic
overwhelming
Rain total, né?
toxicity
Joga
doubles
pro
the
alto,
number of
vem as
stacks they can be
plantas.
infected by.
Total Toxic Rain.
Running Assault allows her to move
Da hora.
much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage.
O Infernalista, hein?
As an
Ó.
Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage
da
of the
hora, hein,
damage if the
Cardeira?
Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you
Eu
can
gostei
turn
mais
your
da
mana into
aparência da
Infernal
Witch,
Flame.
tá ligado?
As
Ó,
you
que
cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if
Porra,
it
foi a mana
overflows, you'll
inteira ali,
take
velho.
damage.
Sei lá o nome, né, do piromante ali.
Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%,
Então,
all
mas você
damage from
entende que
you
eu
and
tava
your
falando
minions will
sobre
ignite
referente a época que
enemies.
tava jogando Diablo 4, Ricardeira, pela experiência que eu tive no PoE 1.
She can also
Eu tava
transform
sentindo
into a
falta que,
literal
mano, Diablo
demon.
vacilou muito, eles podiam ter
While in
arrumado isso
demon
de
form, she
diversas
takes an
maneiras.
increasing amount of
Olha
damage,
que louco, mano.
but her cast speed and
Pô,
damage
Porra.
increase rapidly as well.
Aí até eu fiquei com
So
vontade
if
de
you're
jogar, tô
planning on
revendo o bagulho da
transforming into a
lança.
demon, make sure you stack
Olha
a lot
isso,
of life
mano.
recovery.
Porra.
She can also become a
Demonforme.
blood mage, a master of life and energy. All blood mages
Ah
must
lá,
pay
essa
the
skill é que eu
price of
falei,
making
velho.
skills cost life as
Essa
well as
skill é
mana.
linda, velho.
But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back their
Caralho,
life.
irmão, eu falei do monge, né? Que tinha me chamado muita atenção.
With
Mas pô, essa
Crimson Power, she
necromante,
can gain
essa
large amounts of extra
witch aí,
life,
não lembro
and
nem
with
se o nome é
Vitality
witch mais
Siphon,
aí.
she can use her
Shadow.
spells to leech
Não
life
lembro
back
agora.
as well. Once you've got a
Caraca,
significant
tá da
amount
hora
of life,
demais, mano.
you can
Olha
use
isso.
Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal
Ricardo, você vai de
incredible
espada, eu
amounts
vou
of
jogar de
damage.
magia essa aqui, se vira. Dá seus...
A monk
Do
who is
your
in
jumps,
tune with the
irmão. Do your
elements might
jumps.
become an invoker. With elemental expression, the invoker will create
Não,
waves of
o
elemental
monge tá
power
muito
each time he
foda,
does a
velho.
critical
Pelo
strike.
amor de Deus, aí. Vai
With
ter muito
faith as
palavrão
a
nessa live,
choice,
desculpa
you
aí,
gain
galera.
the ability to
Mas tá
meditate,
foda pra
allowing you to
caralho.
double your energy shield.
Não que eu esteja
Choose
hypado,
between
imagina.
I am the blizzard or I am the thunder to specialize in cold or
Falo aqui
lightning.
puramente neutro.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and
Mas eu
inflict
vou te
even
falar
more
que a Demon
elemental
Form ali me
ailments.
pegou de um jeito, velho. Me lembrou
Some monks
muito...
choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of
O Illidan,
Chayula
acho que
can
era Illidan
exchange
do
their
Warcraft,
mastery of
saca?
spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana reach to
E a
not
arte
only
tá
happen
muito louca ali,
instantly,
né,
but
velho?
apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job
Mercenário aí,
suits
velho.
you?
Muita gente tá
You
querendo
might choose to
mercenário.
become a Witch Hunter.
Classe nova, né? Não tinha isso aí no COI 1.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against
Uma
attacks.
flor de lótus, tá ligado? Da hora.
With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a
Design ali da
10%
árvore.
chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do.
Confesso que eu não curti muito essa
You
especialização,
could
não.
also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding
Legionário,
gems
malandro,
directly in
aí
your
sim.
flesh.
É isso que nós
Integrated
quer.
Efficiency will give you
Puro
extra skill
instinto.
slots.
Parece o
Thermatological
Snake
Infusion
ali, ó.
gives you extra maximum resistances
Snake
as
do
you soak
Boy.
up more and more support gems. Adaptive
só que eu li
capability
que
allows
só
you
Deus
to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked
Apelo
about
isso aí,
yet is
mas
how you ascend in the
12%
first
pra
place.
aumentar a qualidade de todas as skill
Ascension
games.
and Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures
Pô,
of
não mostrou da
Rayclast.
Huntress, velho. Achei que ia mostrar todas as
Located in the
ascensões.
Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh,
Triste.
a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and
Legal, então as
patience.
ascensões vão ser tipo
To
no
enter,
modo da
a warrior
campanha
of the
mesmo.
Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
Relíquia, da hora. Pô, não abriu nem os stash ali, não abriu
In
nem
the
os
trial of
bagulhos.
the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to
Ah,
overcome.
pegada do...
In this room, each rare monster you kill will send
do
its blood
labirinto
to the
ali do
chalice
ruim,
in the
velho.
center of the room. Once the chalice is filled,
Será que vai ser
you will
tão
be
treta
able to
quanto
proceed.
era no 1? Espero que sim, porque, mano,
While fighting monsters in the trial, you will
sem
need to be
ajuda
very
era uma
careful.
tristeza no comecinho
Each
ali.
hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your
Colocar
honor.
Arachna,
The
Miranha.
monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor,
É, abriu
you
do
will fail the
preguiçoso aí,
trial
ó.
and need to find another coin in order to try
Ah,
again.
ok.
It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the Sekimas.
Não ri não que tá na mesma categoria
After
do mago,
each
viu, seus
room, you will
danados?
be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to
vai
face,
ter vários
and which
caminhos pra
rewards
seguir
do you
ali.
want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example,
Conforme a progressão vai ficando
entering
mais
this
difícil.
room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path.
Da hora, vai ter tipo meio
There
que
are
umas
many different
mecânicas de
challenges and
roguelike, então
rewards as you
conforme você vai
journey through
entrando
the
nas
trial.
dungeons, vai tendo
Deadly
provavelmente
traps, waves of monsters,
alguns buffs e debuffs, algumas vantagens e
and strange
desvantagens, vai.
artifacts will
Pô, bem
test your honor.
inteligente, cara. De
As you
manter a
progress, you'll be
essência
able
do
to gain
labirinto.
boons from the Djinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run.
Putz, vai ser legal fazer elas ascensões.
One of the rewards you may
Conquistar
find
elas,
is
né?
sacred water, an extremely valuable and
Vamos ver
treasured
o quão
resource
difícil
to
vai
the
ser. Espero
Djinn
que tenha o
and the
mesmo grau de
Marrakech.
dificuldade comparado com o
Trading
primeiro.
it with the Djinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or
Tem uma
remove
moeda pra
afflictions.
gastar ali específica, provavelmente acho que da dungeon.
At the
ali.
end of the floor, you'll find a powerful
Labirinto,
boss which will
complicado.
truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
Boa. Pega o terremoto aí do Cramunhão. Parece lagosta boxeadora, tá ligado?
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
Aí, ó. Tem monte de turret ali, ó. Vai ter monte de...
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill up with hazards to test your commitment.
Ah lá.
In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill
ali
the
as
room,
torretas ali,
while
ó.
dealing with the lightning
Então vai
projectiles
ter as
from the shocking
mecânicas entradas do
turrets.
labirinto, só que é meio aleatório, tá ligado? Você não sempre jogar a mesma coisa do mesmo jeito. Olha lá, Trial Master Challenge, tá vendo? Derrote todos os monstros e, Lord, sobrevivendo a essas armadilhas ainda, né? Da hora. Caraca, que tirambaço, malandro. Parece que destrói todos, mas é curtinho, parece ser curtinho.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk.
Tudo ou nada. Ou
Each
dobro ou nada.
tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
Pô, da hora, você vai ganhando os itens, tá ligado? Minha nossa.
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This
Uma
one simply
mecânica de
requires you
câmara, tá
survive
ligado?
for a
Esse aí
certain
é um
amount of
time
time.
trial ali, ó.
Another
sobreviver
requires you
naquele-
to escort
durante
the
aquele
stone
minuto.
idol through the level as elevators full of monsters
Ah lá.
descend to attack you.
Levar
Should you be able to get through the
estátua.
first 3 chambers, you will face
Escoltar ela,
your
no
first
caso,
boss. The order of the
Louco,
bosses is
o
random,
passareco ali.
and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the
Esse
same.
combo tá diferente. O jubileu tá diferente.
After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the
Trial
items, but you
complete.
also gain the right to ascend.
Vaal Orb. Então teremos Vaal Orb
If you
ainda.
already did the Trial of the Sekimas,
Okay.
then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class.
Aí você faz a
Now, it's
ascensão.
possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that
O
when
que eu
we
não
get to
entendi muito
endgame.
bem é que mostrou 2, né?
So how about we
E eles
talk about that
anunciaram
now?
3 de cada classe.
So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is
O
people
endgame
saying,
começa a
there
partir
isn't enough
do level
in-game content.
65.
Well, we want to make sure that in
Claro que eles
PoE2
mostraram a
people don't feel
estrutura,
that
tá
way.
ligado?
and we
Os
actually
atos
only
e
changed
onde
our
você
development
passa a
priority
partir
for
do
this
game.
recently.
Boa,
The first 3
rapaziada.
acts of
Aí, ó.
PoE 2 already take around
25
25
horas ali
hours to
do 1 ao
complete if you're a
45,
new player.
aproximado ali do ato 1 ao
This is
ato
already a
3.
pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in
Padrão.
in-game each league.
Action RPG é o que eu falo,
We realized
rapaziada. A
that finishing the
essência
rest
é
of
o
the campaign for
endgame.
early access was actually a
100
bad
hours.
idea.
É isso que a gente quer.
Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for
Só que
existing
então
action RPG
o Early
players, what
Access
you
não vai
mostly
ter
care about is all the in-game
essa coluna
challenges to
do meio aí
overcome.
dos outros 3 atos,
So
né? Eles
several
vão ser
months ago,
juntos,
we
vão ser os
switched the
3 primeiros
entire development
atos.
team's focus over
Mas
to
ainda
making
pelo que eu entendi
in-game
vai ter o
content.
conteúdo ainda do endgame,
At the
ótimo.
start of early access, there will be
Até porque,
50
mano,
bosses
senão é
and around
osso, né?
400 monster
6
types.
meses
But the
ali,
great
tá
thing
ligado?
is that the rest of the game is like
Só
80%
4,
there.
2 e 3 ia ser meio
We'll be
osso, né?
adding
Jogar
content
só
to roughly
25
double the
horas.
size of the game during early access and into
Mas o Early
release.
Access é justamente pra, mano, fazer esses
Now, in order to
testes,
make the
né?
endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel.
Normal,
We
Cruel.
repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards.
Legal, provavelmente vai ter no
You can
Early
kind of
Access,
think of it
então,
as like a
ato 1,
new
2
game
e 3 de
plus.
novo. Só que
It's
numa
also a lot
outra
faster to get through the
dificuldade.
content the second
São 20
time as your clear
levels,
speed
né?
increases.
Porra, animal.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel
Aí quando
difficulty,
lançar o jogo
so you'll
mesmo de
progress
fato,
straight
vai
from the
ser
end of
o
Act
ato
6 to
1, 2,
endgame.
3, 4, 5, 6.
But what is the
Normalmente.
endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to
Legal.
Mark. He can
Agora é o
tell
que
you all
interessa,
about it.
galera. Amém, amém. O jogo
Hi,
tem endgame, já
I'm
Early
Mark
Access.
Roberts, Game
Chupa
Director on
Diablo
Path
4.
of Exile 2. Well, one thing that
Sem
Path of
farpas, ó.
Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct in-game content to choose between. Each in-game mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Ótimo.
This
Olha isso.
is the
Falei
Atlas,
que era o Atlas
and it
aquilo ali.
serves as the core of the endgame for
Cara, tá
Path of
bonito
Exile
ver o
2.
Atlas assim,
It's
irmão do
infinite
céu.
and expands in all directions.
Infinita
Now, we are not going to
expansão.
spoil the
Boa,
plot too much
sensacional.
here, but corruption from the beast has
Vira
blighted
tipo
the
a Delve,
land,
só que
and
agora
your
no
objective
Atlas,
is
né?
to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone
Ali, ó, você
and
põe
click
os waystones
traverse.
ali pra deixar o
Portals will
mapa
open,
mais
allowing you and your party to
parrudo, tá
travel to
ligado?
the area you have
Automaticamente você pega
selected.
recompensas
All
melhores.
the areas in the endgame feel
ao
distinct
tempo que o
from the
desafio
locations
também
in
é
the campaign,
olha
and we
essa
have dialed
skill,
the
velho.
randomization up to 11.
Meu
The
Deus,
monster
velho,
packs
o
you will
monge
face
tá
in
muito
each map are
monstruoso,
totally
velho.
random,
Gostei pra
and
caramba
the
daquela
combination
skill,
of them can lead to some very
Vai
interesting
tomar no
combat
cu, velho.
situations. There are
O monge
over
tá muito fora da
400
curva pra
monster
mim,
types
velho,
in
de
early
nível
access,
de
and they have a lot
vistoso,
of varied
saca?
and interesting abilities. Depending on
Beleza,
which
de
combinations you
potência.
face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it.
Caraca,
Once you
essa
have done that,
Demonform
the
pra
area
mim
will be
tá-
marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the
velho.
world. If you die,
Mano,
then
eu
the
não sei o
map
que eu vou
can
criar,
no
velho,
longer
não
be
sei, eu
run,
não sei.
and you will have to find another way around to
Tô
get to the
pensando faz
areas
4
behind
anos
it.
numa lanceira de
There are
raio.
also all kinds of
Aí eu
other
vejo essa
random encounters you
Demonform,
might
vejo
run
esse
into
monk
as you
aí.
play maps.
Só tem
One
vídeo
such
de
encounter
Speed.
are precursor
Agora
artifacts.
temos
These
um
are
ícone.
ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the
Da hora,
buffs
você
make you
mata o monstro, vai
faster,
ganhando os buffs
others rain
temporários, da
lightning or
hora.
fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic
boxes.
chests guard
These are
piles
so-
of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open
Aqui,
it,
já
and the
tinha,
boxes
já.
often have mechanisms to unleash
Dá pra
powerful
usar,
spells
dá
or
pra-
dangerous debuffs.
Dá pra
There are
trocar,
different
dá pra
types of strong
buffar, dá
boxes
pra
containing
coisa.
different items, and you can even use your currency items to
Guardado
craft
por
them on the
14
fly, so you can
monstros.
optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
Dobra explode.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free.
As essências
If you
ainda vão
defeat them,
permanecer,
the
então,
essence they
no-
drop can be used to upgrade normal
Olha,
items
ok.
to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example,
faz mod
we
ali
could
na-
use this
aí,
one
aí
on
você
some
vai
boots
explicar.
to ensure a
Você faz
movement
mod
speed
ali
mod.
dentro do item, tá ligado? Por exemplo, inclui o move speed nele.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed
O
mod.
craft no PoE, ele é bem legal, mas ele é bem complexo, saca? Não sei se no 2 eles vão dar uma facilitada, eu acredito que não. Talvez seja mais fácil no começo, porque é o começo, saca?
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them.
Legal que eles
These can be a
mantiveram,
good boost
que é
to
bem
the rewards of the
divertido
breach, so
Parece
keep an
simples,
eye.
mas é bem divertido fazer essa mecânica.
One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from
Onde
Breach
tá
are
muito da hora, né,
tablets.
velho?
Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Val technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breach Stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of Breach inhabitants.
Tá, timerzinho essa aí, ó. Os monstros vão surgindo nessa frente aí. Porra, essa skill não tá vendo?
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Teleporte ali, mano. Caceta. Olha que louco esse level design, velho. Puta, é o mãozão lá que apareceu, asa de mão. Porra, que da hora na câmera em game mesmo. Ó. Curti esse boss, hein, mano. Caramba, ele tá me lembrando algum game das antigas, velho. Acho que era o Tolkien. O Jujuba lá, o macaquinho ficava cuspindo as bolinhas, tá ligado? Se eu não me engano, tinha um boss que ele tinha as mãozonas lá pra você destruir. Ele ficava protegendo uns cristal,
one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breakfast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really break your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging runes and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
Necromante vira ali. Vai todo morrer do esqueletinho.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at end. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes in radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionly offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for
Sempre
PoE
existe
2.
uma outra árvore.
As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though. On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy.
E uma coisa que eu tinha muito reclamado no Boy 1 era as skills, cara. Era muito feio a maioria, tá ligado?
Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a king of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp?
Apoentada.
Replace
Ô,
your
mano,
crafting bench in
devia
your
dar pra
hideout
comprar o
with the
skill effect
Ancestral
daquela
Canoe
bigorna
crafting
Acme, tá
bench,
ligado?
where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by
Porra, que muito
Karui
louco, aquele
warriors
naviozinho
to aid in your
passando
crafting
a canoa, né?
desires.
Navio é ótimo, caralho. Bagulho desse tamanho de navio, transatlântico. A canoinha
You'll
ali
also
muito
get a
boa.
pair of weapon skins.
Ué.
Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your
ogro do
one-hand or
beach tênis,
two-handed axes,
o ogro do
or
tênis,
Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed
O
or
ogro
two-handed
das
maces.
maracas, o ogro da guitarra, do baixo aí, sei lá.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their
E o
trusty
Kiwi
Kiwi.
dançarino aí, ó.
Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the
só
most
frigideira
feared
na
beings in
orelha ali, ó.
Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue
Classe
commemorate
mamãe.
the virtue of exile's past, present, and of the future.
Classe cozinheira.
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2
GG,
hoodie.
mas esse bagulho pro Brasil também,
Our
pô.
final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of
Já foi.
Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment
rapaziada,
come
vocês
made
querem
with the
gastar
finest
2.500
materials in
reais nisso aí?
Rayclast, and shattered glass
$180
mosaics suspended in divine
Tem
power.
conversão, eles vão fazer por 1.700.
Set up your base of
1.800
operations
talvez.
in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more?
Caralho,
The Beacon of
hideout é
Salvation
uma ilha
hideout comes
inteira,
equipped
tá
with your
ligado?
own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers,
Que animal,
click a
velho.
boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters
hora
and
esse
reveals a
portal, hein?
gateway to your desired destination as you approach it.
Olhando tipo a
As
parte
you
ali
walk
dentro
away,
do
the
portal
glass
mesmo me
magically
lembra
reforms back to its original form.
exatamente esses cristalzinhos aí, como é que era o nome?
Rule and style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure,
Caleidoscópio.
this map device can create portals to in-game maps,
verdade, nunca mais
but
vi
it also comes with a
caleidoscópio, mano,
throne
saudade.
you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable.
Olha o que tava aí, ó.
With the help of
Porra.
two deities,
Kitava
Sin
é um
and
boss muito
Innocence,
louco.
the
Virou um boss
exile was able
icônico,
to
né, do
defeat
Foi
him
na
once
real.
and for all.
Pô, essa estátua aí do
This
Kitava
supporter
merece,
pack
né?
also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book.
Ah, mano, olha
This
esse artbook,
215-page
velho.
full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's
rapaziada,
development.
essa é a parte que a gente fica triste, né? Os bagulho não... Ó, o Ranger
And
ali, ó,
finally, Path of
classicão
Exile
do
has a
Coin,
tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight
Mas
Order
o Coin
foil
evoluiu muito
reliquary.
em questão do design, velho. Porque realmente o design dos caras era um
By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter,
Parece outro
once Path
jogo,
of Exile
não
2 is
tô nem falando,
released,
tipo, de
you'll be able to
desempenho
select
gráfico, nem
any
nada
unique
disso,
item you have found
da
and
arte
be able
em
to
si,
drop
tá
it from the
ligado? Quanto
reliquary.
evoluiu o Coin, cara.
Once
Porque
players
eu
have submitted their
deixava
items,
muito a
keys to the
desejar nesse
reliquary
sentido,
will
cara.
start dropping,
É mais ou menos
and
o que eu tava
other players
falando
will be able
das
to find
skins,
foil
das
versions of
skills.
uniques that you have submitted,
Não das
along with a
skills
message
tipo
for the
in-game,
lucky
tá
player.
ligado? Das skills que eram
The more
vídeos
players submit the
efeitos
same
ali.
unique, the more
Os
chances
skills
there will be
efeitos
for the
até que era legal,
reliquary
mas,
to
mano,
drop
as
them,
skins-
so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1
Oh,
right
da
now.
hora, eu usava isso aí.
There are a few exceptions where the item class
Esqueci o nome
clearly
dessa
doesn't
gema de
exist,
suporte aí.
such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase
Achamos
throughout
sua
early
classe,
access.
Pedrão. Nem inventa, hein, irmão? Nem
We'd
inventa.
really like to thank you for your ongoing support.
Vai com o Zé do
Without you
Porrete ali
guys,
que
Path
cai
of
a
Exile 2
bigorna
could
na
not have
cabeça,
happened.
rapaz.
Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
Q&A with Ziggy. Vamos ver o que nos aguarda. Pô, fenomenal, hein, velho? Caracoles, rapaziada. Tá uma delícia. Tá um Beatlzinho.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by
Jonathan
Jonathan
Rogers,
and Mark to talk about
Roberts.
everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really
my
keen to make sure that when we went into early access, that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there was enough content. Because, it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to got the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of, different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though, because so we're progressing. It's we would have made it. We would have gotten, all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, that we it's pins down everyone. We're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's they're all just whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. We talked about it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome, so...
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you... So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar, the original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Absolutely.
Pretty
well,
exciting.
as I said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Just having 2, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content. So if you're just here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff. But certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here, and obviously more to come. But 7 is a lot, mind you.
Especially when it's all like, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you never know. Maybe end of day 1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. Could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. And every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company. You get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses. My favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main, attraction pieces of the game. And anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything.
Foi mal, tá brisando ali na composição do cenário, rapaziada.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
Gostei bastante, da hora.
I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing, right from the ground up again. It's like, wow, there's way more stuff there, and like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I was going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to just go get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the
Fala, Radoqueira! Beleza, irmão? Quanto tempo? Lembrei de você essa semana, velho.
Things to work out of this next 2 weeks.
Uma lá, acho que foi a última vez que a gente trocou uma ideia, velho. Faz tempo, hein? Eu não joguei mais desde então, velho. Faz uma era que eu não joguei ele. Eu com certeza eu vou jogar dia 6. Se ele lançasse hoje, Radocão, eu estaria jogando já. Esse aí vai ser sem passar. Esse jogo desde 2021, cara. Finalmente, após, sei lá, trocentos trilhares de adiamentos aí, agora vai, velho. Finalmente nós vamos poder jogar.
Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take
people
a
a
long time to get through.
Lá em cima.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time people playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time.
De early access, o que vai
so
ser?
yeah, there's
E o que eles apresentaram agora também me agradou, porque já tem o endgame, eles já segregaram, né? Apesar de não ter os 6 atos, vai ser o ato 1 ao 3,
Path of Exile 2
do primeiro level ao 45, do 45 ao 65 vai ser o ato 1 e 3 de novo, né? A gente não tem o ato 4, 5 e 6 aqui no mid-game. Vai ser o ato 2 e 3 com uma dificuldade maior.
People definitely
normal,
wondering like
cruel,
how invested they can
e o
get
endgame eles prometeram aqui do 65 até o level 100, né?
Around that idea.
O Atlas ele é meio que infinito.
Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant.
Tá jogando só
we want to make sure that all the, effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league. And effectively, after we go into release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it will be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff.
Até dia 6 aí tem chão,
we
dá
can
pra
contain
pensar,
all
velho.
that
Assim, o
stuff
valor
into
tá
the early
acessível.
access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is. And then, of course, after that point, it'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the standard.
E hoje eles finalmente lançaram R$89, a partir de R$89 você compra o PoE 2. Você tem um pack de 62, ainda não sei o que inclui, ainda não parei pra ler.
absolutely.
I mean, there's
62
even something
alguma
kind
coisa,
of cool about the
160 alguma
idea of
coisa, e o
making
de
something that will
262,
be
se eu não me
like
engano,
that little
264.
historical piece.
Que é o,
little
são 3
collectible.
packs, né? Cada um
Absolutely,
você
and I'm
tem
sure there'll
direito a
be
uma
some
coisa a
handful of
mais. Aí.
legacy things
E o
that
legal
I'll
é que você
need to
compra
in the
não é
early
seco,
access
né?
league,
Você
so
tem uma
you know,
conversão
thanks.
dentro desses valores
Let's see
aí.
what comes.
Vou entender melhor aqui
You talked
depois que
about
eu
like
encerrar
the
aqui.
you know, playing for a week or how long are we expecting? Well, we also got to remember, and
depende muito da
a
época
lot
que
of
você
the,
jogou
you
um,
know,
né,
a lot
Radocão?
of the PoE 1 players we're thinking very differently to
PoE 1
people who
ele
are
se manteve
obviously
aí,
not
querendo ou
experienced
não,
in
11
the new game,
anos, né,
but
cara?
it is a new game,
Eu
right?
lembro que
You
eu saí
don't
do Diablo
have all
3
these
e fui pro Path
predefined,
of Exile 1, por
hyper-refined builds
exemplo.
to play to immediately, you know,
E quando eu
go
fiz
through
isso,
things. You don't have
não é nem
people
que eu não tinha
coming in
curtido
with
o
like
jogo.
fully
Eu tava
detailed
saturado de
7
action
million
RPG, né,
line
mano?
with
Joguei
build
muito tempo
guides
o
of
Diablo
exactly what
3.
to do with what
Aí,
items.
mano, você
The
entrar com o mesmo
discovery is
estilo
going
de
to
jogo,
be
aí é
there. The
muita
discovery
coragem, tá
takes
ligado?
time, and the
Você
discovery
fica meio
is like
estafado
honestly
de tanto
ultra
grind,
fun
grind,
for me. I love it.
grind.
Now those things
Aí,
will
sei lá,
emerge
passou acho que
after
uns
time.
2
Of course they
anos,
do,
3
completely
anos.
fine. But you should remember,
Resolvi
like, there's a lot
ver
of
como é que
game to
tava.
play here to
Porra.
discover, to learn
Aí foi
about
caminho
the
sem
world,
volta,
the
me
new
acabei,
narratives,
cara.
the new world building, the
Joguei
new
muito mesmo.
unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE 1's. The
É que eu acho que esse
like,
pacote
you know,
1,2K
endgame systems, the bosses.
é dentro
the,
do
like,
Path of Exile 1, tá
it's
ligado?
not
Eu não
going to
entendi
be
muito bem
this
isso
like,
ainda.
you know, even, you
É,
know,
que são
personally when
supporters
a
packs
PoE
ali
1
que você
league
compra
comes
no
out, for
PoE 1
example, I
mesmo,
play for
né?
like a month.
Mas acho que
Sometimes a bit
vendendo
longer,
na Steam,
sometimes a bit less.
mesmo,
It
acho que são
ultimately
esses daí.
also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So,
Como eu tô vendo
you know,
tudo ao
there are
vivaço,
other
ainda
people who
não
play
parei
for
pra
more like
olhar,
3
né?
and whatnot, but
Eles
there's certainly going to be
praticamente
a
abriram a
much
live e
longer
já
time period
anunciaram
you
lá
can
no,
play
na
this
Steam.
for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished. You know what I mean? Now, of course, you see that's subjective.
Mas
Everyone
aí
can
Day
pick
1
their
vai
own
ter
point
jogo
when
pra
they finish,
caramba, velho.
but if you want to see everything and do
vai ser sem
everything, you're going to be
massagem.
investing a lot more time,
Dia 6
especially
a
these
stream
first
é
time
minha,
rounds,
galera.
and then
Dia
obviously
6,
with every league,
primeiro
there's more to
horário,
discover, but
a stream vai
you get
cantar.
faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, you know. Not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything.
É assim, vai ter muito conteúdo ainda pra você analisar também, pra você entender como é que vai estar o hype e tal.
That's the
chão
beauty
até lá,
of a
tem
new
chão
game
até
as
lá.
well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1.
Não, tem uns
you know,
15
or
dias aí,
other
vai até o
games
lançamento, 15,
for so
17
long
dias aí.
is actually discovering the entire
E outra, mano, você
world
não
and
tá na
yeah,
febre
there's some
também pra
familiar
jogar no primeiro
mechanics
dia,
at the
né?
end game and stuff like
Você
that,
pode ver o
which is
review da
awesome for
galera, ver
people,
o que você
but,
sente também durante o lançamento.
yeah, I certainly want to really, I'm very excited to
Pode ser, velho,
see
pode ser, porque
people
o PoE ele realmente
discovering
é
the
muito
new things
complexo,
and getting
cara.
so excited about
Ele é
it.
I can tell
extremamente
you're
complexo,
amped
principalmente se
for
você
watching
chegar no
people
meio, tá
go through
ligado?
that discovery process. Maybe even
like
diving in
Jogar
yourself.
1000 horas pra
100%.
começar a entender o básico, literalmente.
I mean, I love sitting there and
E ainda assim tava longe de
as
masterizar o
many
game,
of us
velho.
do, but I am very
Mas
excited
é
for that.
gosto, né? Eu
Well,
gosto
yeah,
dessa
as
That
we were
new
saying,
discovery
yeah.
process for a
O
while.
2
I think you
parece
were saying
estar
how much
menos
you were
complexo
part
e não tô nem
spreadsheet.
falando,
I think I'm
tipo, em
like,
adição
I
de
think I was saying I'm
ligas.
like maybe
Eu tô falando, tipo, o jogo
60%
base, né?
spreadsheet,
Comparado com o
40%
primeiro.
discovery, and that's my play archetype.
Porque tem menos
You know,
correntes,
so
né?
Coming
Isso
up with
daí
that
meio
player
já ajuda.
profiles, Timmy Spikes.
Parece
and
que a
things
árvore
like
também ela tá melhor trabalhada nesse
Path of
sentido
Exile
também, pra você
characters,
distribuir os
the
pontos.
discovery part of me is
É,
ultra
pra você
excited.
resetar a árvore tá bem
And
mais
mind you,
simples, agora é
that's
só
coming from
gold,
someone
então,
who
mano,
kind of knows all the
você não precisa fazer a árvore
content.
inteira
Still,
também pra
because
tirar um
there's something
ponto.
different about making it versus actually
Então isso
playing it
ajuda.
live with the players,
Mas
seeing
vamos
them
ver na
discover
prática
it,
mesmo, dia
uniques being
6, né?
linked in chat and on
Pra gente
Reddit
podendo
and
dar
all
os
that.
reviews
It's
ali,
just
pra gente
so
podendo
cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that.
falar
It is
sobre.
like genuinely exciting to just see
Pô,
how people
da hora,
are gonna think,
Radocão.
you know,
Obrigado
what's
aí,
worth one
velho.
chaos or what's worth
Prazerzaço
10
falar
chaos,
contigo
what's
aí.
worth 100.
Que bom, tava com saudade
If
já.
chaos is
Vamos
chaos,
trocando uma ideia aí,
is
velho. Vamos
chaos
trocando uma
even the
ideia,
currency
fechou?
that people send
Ótima
already?
tarde aí,
Yeah,
galera.
yeah, yeah.
Vai descer
I'm
animado
pretty
e a
sure
vida,
that
velho.
one
Que joga
C
também.
spam and chat might turn
Com
into
toda
one
certeza que vai
E,
trocando essa
because
figurinha
like,
aí.
you know, one exalt.
Valeu, meu nobre.
Given that
Forte
exalt
abraço
is
aí.
now.
Boa
I think it'll be
semaninha pra nós.
chaos.
People probably
Ad remove will still be.
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased, you're going to be
Obrigado
getting
pelo
multiple
oi aí,
exalts
obrigado
in
pela
Act 1
passadinha, mano. Sempre
in
bem-vindo.
PoE2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't
Yeah.
just like an idle, you know, like
I
thing.
can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos. And
Yeah,
then,
I
and
think
then
actually that
chaos
will
being
be.
the new
Yeah.
divines.
I actually agree. I actually agree.
Fala, Pedrada! Finalmente,
but it's a new
rapaz,
economy, right? Like,
finalmente
who
vai
even knows?
lançar,
The market will
malandro.
have to...
Falei pra você que a gente faz localização. Eu chutei aqui antes deles anunciar, quer dizer, você já tinha anunciado provavelmente na Steam, eu só não tinha visto.
Do you have some kind
Eu
of
falei, ó, vai
beta
ser algo
release
entre
roadmap
80 e
for updates
130
and things like
reais,
that for
velho.
people to
Não
look
deu
forward
outro.
to?
I mean, we
89
certainly
pila.
did have one
O
6 months ago.
Standard Pack ali. Quero entender o
But now that
caminho dos
we're, now,
outros
that
dois.
we're, you know, now that we're sort of getting to release it, it's like,
Esse
oh my
aí eu
God,
tenho uma,
like, you know,
Pedrão.
we
Já
have to look at
achei
it. So,
sua build já.
I mean, look,
Não quero choro.
I
Não
don't think it'll be
inventa a
any
moda.
less than 6 months.
Nós já sabemos, você tem
I
que fazer
think
porradeiro melee.
could easily
Não
end up being more.
inventa, pra não ter
I
choro.
certainly don't want to. I mean, look,
Eu prometo que eu
2025.
só
I
fico
think
meia hora pra criar um
really
personagem.
to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year.
Dei um aí,
That would
Pedrão.
be,
Já avisei a
that would
galera
be
da live que
crazy.
a
But,
gente vai
honestly,
jogar
like,
em
we have to
peso
get
esse
all the
aí.
content finished.
Não quero
all that sort of
churumelos.
stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these
Não
things.
precisa
And of course, we have to
também.
learn what we need to
Vamos
learn.
com
We have to get
calma.
the game to the
Vamos
point
com calma.
when it is
Sem girosões,
really
pelo
fun.
amor de Deus.
We have to.
Isso aí
We
já
have
tá
to
dando agonia só de lembrar,
make
só
sure
de
that
olhar.
like all of the things, like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of
Famoso se
things
não
that
tem
we're gonna,
gira-gira no
have
Action
to sort out.
RPG,
So
né?
I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be scramble of like,
Total, Pedro.
oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like there's nothing we can even do about it because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic
usar
of
pro
it
dia
all,
5.
which is awesome.
Faço repovoamento dia 6 eu tô jogando.
Classes in
Tá
36
tudo bem,
minutes, like
eu posso
actual-
repovoar por
That's
24 horas.
absolutely. We
Tudo
know
pela
what we want to do.
sociedade.
Changed.
Pelo em prol da humanidade.
We like a challenge. I mean, a studio that
Eu
produces
faço
a
esse
passive
esforço,
skill tree
Pedro.
like we do
Já comigo.
clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You
and
totally
things.
could have done 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
E o Dragon Quest lá, tá
maybe we
curtindo,
could have.
Pedrão?
I mean, look, this is the plan.
na
This is the plan.
metadinha já?
I mean, like
Tem
as
noção
you go through,
do
as
how
you go
long
through early
to play
access,
dele?
it's going to feel like there's
Quanto
just
tempo
expansion
leva
content
pra
coming out
zerar
pretty frequently.
o
Just because
Dragon
we
Quest
have all
aí
the
HD
stuff
2D?
that we've kind of
Remakes?
got some of the way, a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid
brabo.
out. Like, we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress.
Oh,
we've
pegou o
talked about a
barcão,
bunch
mano,
about
da
as well.
hora.
Like, those kinds
Agora
of
dá
things,
pra
I think
zarpar pra
we'll
tudo que é lado no
be able
continente
to
lá.
move towards those pretty
Pedrão,
quick.
pergunta importante,
But,
ó.
there's obviously more to do.
The other thing
Tá
you
na régua ou
mentioned,
tá meia
talking
colher? Tá mal menos?
like things, is we've always been, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there may, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of
Tipo
this.
lata
Or
de
something. So
18
if you're
litros de
planning,
tinta,
then
né?
you're going to be delivering on what they want solved.
É que
Like
a
a year down
cabeça
the
de
line,
ovo,
or
senão
even
eu
longer.
ficava parecendo
And
bonequinho
where we
de
like to remain
Minecraft.
very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions,
louco
updates,
aquela
whatever, can
estatuetazinha ali,
alleviate
tipo,
as
de
many of those problems as possible. So,
Com a manta,
yeah,
tudo.
you try not to get
encapuzada,
too
tipo,
strict with the
sombra, né?
planning has generally been our philosophy,
Me
because
lembrou
especially when it comes to actually
Pacto
having the
Sombrio
live
do
service
Magic.
product out,
Pô, acho que é uma das
because that
cartas,
is
se não a
very,
carta que eu
very
mais gosto do
important.
Magic.
Otherwise, you're
Pra mim, ela é
never
muito
going
icônica,
to
o
seem
Pacto
like you're
Sombrio,
doing
Dark
what
Magic.
people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So,
30
so that
horas de
actually is a good
completionice,
point. Like, I was going to ask,
50
what
horas.
do you
Da hora,
folks,
velho.
what does the team
Dá um
want
bom
out
time,
of
né,
the beta?
velho?
Because
jogo
obviously it's like a good
remakezinho,
way to market the
HD2D,
game,
né?
but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like,
So-
an actual beta. It's not just a
Pedrão, você vai
I
jogar
think
com o Zé do
one of the most
porrete,
important
velho.
things, I think it's
Mano,
going
é
to be really
engraçado,
good for
depois
the
você volta um
development team
pouquinho
to
a
get
live,
back into a live
eu falo de você na hora, eu falei,
mindset,
mano, é
like
a
get it
build
back
do
into the
Pedrão,
idea of
velho.
like everything we
Pô,
make
o cara
is
dá uma
ship- is
porretada,
shipping.
mano.
People
So,
see
Aí,
this.
tipo, o
like get
Pedro é
back into this,
tipo
people
Gornak,
see, like
tá
actually getting back
ligado?
into that and like,
Ele dá um
and
puta
like being
porradão,
able to
mano, o
sort of
bagulho
see
cai
directly,
sendo um
like,
monstro assim,
okay, we make
esmaga,
something
já
that
era.
goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff, like, and that really, like, that has been our studio
Caraca.
for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we,
Yeah.
before we released
Saquei,
PoE1, it wasn't,
mas nada
but
impede de ter
after that point, I mean,
próximo
we
Dragon
are a
Quest.
company.
Quem sabe?
We are a company that likes to think that we can
Mas
do
fala aí o
live
que você
service
queria
better
mudar,
than anyone
por
else. Like,
exemplo.
that is our goal. And so,
Solta, abre
like
o
getting
coração,
back into
Pedro,
that
solta,
again,
solta.
for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than, than 3 months away. is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that because these long-term, like really long-term things like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made and then like, it's not really in a real game and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
perspective.
And you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be really great to get back to that again.
Yeah. I honestly, as you said, it is
Pedro,
early access. It is a
e os
beta
cara falou
period.
que era às
And
9.
I'd say, you know,
Tá bom.
personally speaking, the
Tá
thing
bom.
that, and we mentioned
velho,
it
mas
briefly
que
about
contagem
the
regressiva, os
character
cara,
balance
mano,
and the builds that are
serviço
broken
porco,
and all
né,
that.
velho? Com a contagem
That's
regressiva do
obviously
bagulho, velho.
pretty useful to me,
Os
right?
caras meteu Ctrl+C do
Plus we
primeiro
have other
site
systems
ali
in
que
there like,
tropou da notícia, não,
you
é
know,
às 9
the
horas.
checkpointing system,
Não
right?
fizeram
You have
nem
to
o
kill the boss in
trabalho
one life. You know, these
de
are things we
olhar a
haven't
data
mass
e o
tested.
horário
And
certinho,
obviously
mano.
other games
Pô,
have and they
PST
work
é
and that's
PST, mano.
awesome.
Só fazer a conversão, malandro.
There are other
Aí,
things
dito isso,
like,
você
you
ainda
know,
tem a conversão no
the
site
in-game
dos
system
caras.
is a little bit less
velho.
forgiving in that
Cheguei aqui, os
if you
caras abriram
die,
a
you
stream
fail the
uma hora
map,
com contagem
right?
regressiva. Eu falei,
These
mano, mas se eu
things
chegar às 9 da
are
noite
things
aqui,
that we obviously
ia
need to
pegar
test and
10
iterate
stream.
on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game. Like, okay,
A
Act
música
1 has
podia
been tested
variar
like
mais, é isso
crazy.
que quis dizer?
Right, and you get less
É
and
que eu
less
não acompanhei
testing
o
as it
tempo
goes
todo, né?
on
Mas as
because you
músicas eu
get
gostei pra
less
caramba, velho.
people. You
A
know, they've just been
variedade eu não vou
around for
saber
less
porque, mano, eu
time.
acompanhei em pedaços, né, em
And so,
blocos
yeah, it's going to
ali.
be a huge amount of iteration and feedback
Mas eu
from the
curto pra caramba,
players
muita
and us
nostalgia a música
just,
do Dragon
you know,
Quest.
reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're
Ah,
always
sim, foi
dynamic
mantido,
about
quiseram
that
manter as
stuff.
raízes,
Like,
talvez ou preguiça
we'll just
mesmo.
change things if it's wrong. We'll
Os
redesign it. We'll
menus
come up
poderiam
with
ser
a
mais
new
fluidos
way.
também, mas eu entendo, né?
Jonathan's a firm believer of
A
if
questão
A
de
doesn't
manter as
work and B
raízes
doesn't
com
work,
um
then we'll
HD
find
2D.
C, we'll find option C, we'll find
É
option
legal,
D,
mano,
and we'll
é
keep changing things and we'll
compreensível,
make it
saca?
work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because
Melhor
like the
coisa.
game is
Mas eu tinha mudado
pretty
já a
hard.
descrição
You know,
lá
it
quando
can
eu
be
vi que
pretty
você
hard.
pôs.
And so
Eu vi que tinha
when
gente
you're on
falando
that
que era às
fine
9
line
mesmo
of
no
like, you know,
site,
things
mas
are
eu falei, não,
difficult.
velho.
You
às
know,
5, mano.
it's not
às 5.
too easy to know if you've tilted
Ainda
one
bem
way
que
or
eu
the
não fui no
other. So,
automático, mano. Se
you know,
tivesse no automático
finding
também, eu
what
tinha metido
everyone
às 9
agrees
já
should be
teria
the
feito
common
porcaria
corrected
nenhuma.
difficulty is
Ia
something
chegar
that
aqui
I
dar com a
will
cara
obviously be
no
paying
nada.
very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Ia perder o ao vivaço.
And so we've seen that a lot, where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent.
Yeah.
Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah, but I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, you know, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at end game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the you know, some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, you know, like it's like, you know, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood, really.
Sure, I guess, sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But you know, so the point is effectively that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, you know, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, you know, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like the actual, it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one.
Eu tava falando ali atrás, né, velho? Agora, tipo, eu não tinha reparado isso, eu só vi agora, velho. Só tem 2 flasks, né? Um de vida e outro de mana. Talvez dê pra usar 2 de vida, sei lá, 2 de mana,
locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask.
Não sei, mas a que a gente viu ali na gameplay foi que tinha um de vida e um de mana.
How does that tie into your design for mana, and are we always going to be using mana flasks? Or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that doesn't do anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want
Eram não, são.
Yeah,
sim,
but like
pode
once
ser
you
o
sort of start
do
getting
Boy
into changing that around.
Só que pelo que eu entendi, fica os dois
I feel like
flasks
the
ali
system sort of starts to break with
e
regard
3
to like,
charms, saca? E os 3 charms,
the
obviamente,
feeling
viram
of like I know where
passivo
mana
ali,
is, I know where my
fixos
health
ali.
is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've
Ah,
always
óbvio,
got
né,
uniques and stuff
Pedrão?
like that. I believe
Jogar
there's
de
already...
mago é jogar no
there is a
Easy.
unique
there is
that
a
allows
unique
you to
that-
equip.
Mas eu vou te falar, hein,
But
mano,
the
a
thing is
Witch
that
ali,
it's a build
Shadow,
choice that you're making,
eu acho que
so it's a
é
little bit
Witch, eu
different,
não
and
esqueci
that's
o nome da
fine.
classe total.
But
Pô,
yeah,
ela
I
tem
think
uma
the
Demon
system is
Form ali,
working out
irmão,
just
que eu fiquei
a lot easier.
encantadíssimo.
So it does sound like
E o
on
mago,
mana
Pedro, é que
side
você
of
não
things,
tava
then
aí.
that there are gonna
Mas
be
mostrou o
multiple
mago,
angles
né?
of
As
solving mana,
ascendentes.
not
Of course, yeah,
necessarily
yeah.
Tem o
We've got
Chronomancer,
Leech,
malandro.
edition number
Chronomancer.
475.
O que era fácil virou easy, virou, ó,
we finally got
mamão.
it right this time.
O cara para o tempo, irmão. Para o
Yeah, I think it
tempo.
works. I think it's good.
Todos
So I think
monstros ali
that
cacetando
Leech,
e parou o tempo, buff, cacetando. Eu falei, os
have
caras,
to, like,
mano,
crack out the
não
Leech
contente de jogar no
diagram,
fácil,
yeah.
fez o
buckets
jogo
and things
online
I was
e
saying,
ter
I
pause.
think that
Vê se
Leech
pode um
might
negócio
be...
desse.
No, I think,
Safadeza.
I was going to say,
Aí
Leech
na
is one of the
sequência
topics
mostra
in the
lá o
studio that has
Marauder, né? O
wasted
tancão
the
ali, o
most design of
guerreiro,
time of anything.
apanhando até as horas.
But I
Aí eu
actually don't
falei,
think that. I think the actual
cada
worst
joga
defender
como convém,
is
né?
what
Jogar com o
stats
mago é
should Dex
fácil.
give you. I
Quer
think
jogar
that
no
that
fácil,
is
vai
like
jogar com o mago.
that one has
Quer
wasted
sentir a
so
experiência
there's
real
so
do
many
jogo, vai pro
arguments about
guerreiro.
that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like
No,
we know about
no,
the
Tem,
Leech
velho,
ones,
tem o
but no one is
Chronomancer.
happy about giving
Tem o
accuracy,
Chronomancer.
but no one
Da
has a
hora,
better
hein?
idea than what accuracy
Da hora,
they can
zoeira à
give.
parte, o bagulho
And
tá
like
da
everyone's
hora,
gonna
chama
come, like in
atenção.
chat I bet they'll be like
Tem o
saying, oh, you
Elementalist,
know,
que é a
can give
classe
this
de
or this,
ascensão,
whatever. But
E
there's
tem
like,
o Chronomancer.
yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's
Tá
like, it's
escolhida, Pedrão?
outrageous.
Pedrão, eu já te falei, vai com o porradeiro,
You've
não
got me thinking
inventa.
about it now.
Você vai falar que o boneco tá
I mean,
sem skill, que é chato, que é não sei o quê.
That's
No,
probably
but
too
you
much.
can't-
Pensa
you
com
could-
carinho, olha
something like
todas as
Dex, you
classes,
Dex,
calma.
Dex,
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know, but we'll just have it. We'll just have it out
You've-
again. We'll
you've
just have
had
it out
this whole-
again. Yeah,
The
yeah.
longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day.
Pô, mas
you're
vou
like,
te
here are the
falar,
problems
velho, é que
you
aqui
need
não
to solve,
mostrou a
and then you're
Huntress,
like,
né?
What?
A Huntress,
The
ela
accuracy on Dex
eu
comes
tava
up
querendo
again.
fazer.
it's 3 p.m. and
Não
we're still
entendi se ela
discussing
vai estar
dexterity.
dentro do EX. Acredito que sim, que eles já tinham anunciado antes.
Just
né?
make it accuracy
Não sei
again.
se ela vai
Exactly,
estar agora
exactly.
bem
That is
ou se ela vai
literally how it
ser
comes back to
conforme
accuracy
for
every
passando
time.
do EX.
This is okay.
Mas das que mostraram aqui,
Rewinding a little bit.
pedrada.
We can't forget our
O
roots.
monge
with
sim
Path of
era,
Exile
tipo,
1, of
pra mim era o mais
course.
vistoso
For the
dentre todos, que
PoE1
era o que tinha
enjoyers.
realmente me chamado mais atenção.
What is the
monge.
plan for PoE1 during the course of this beta?
Cara,
Is there
o
going to be
skill
waves
effects
launching?
dele, o jeito, o
Is
estilo
it on the
dele
back
tá
burner?
muito da hora pra mim,
there
cara.
absolutely
Realmente é
will
o
be
que mais me
leaks
chamou
launching. Now,
atenção.
I don't know the exact
É que
date,
já
but the
tava com
plan is
aquele
kind of
lance de
late
querer
February.
criar build de
But, I mean,
lança
look,
de raio,
it's-
né? Tava nessa
we'll see what
brisa
happens. I will
desde que
admit,
eles anunciaram o 2, saca?
unfortunately, we did have to steal a
Então
few
fiquei nessa e
PoE1
nunca mais
resources
saí.
just towards the end here, which is kind of
Só que,
a
cara,
bit
essa Demon
unfortunate. I really
Form
wish we
aí
didn't
da
have to.
Witch,
But yeah, as I said, we kind of
pedrada.
underestimated some of the stuff. But
Caralho, vai tomar no
everyone
cu,
is
velho.
going
Ela é
to be
tipo
going
uma
back to PoE1
Pyromancer,
again
tá ligado?
for the February.
Não é
for
nem
the
pelas
February
skills,
League.
mano, mas é pelo
And,
personagem em si,
you know,
quando ela
we're
se
gonna
transforma.
make
Pô,
sure
achei
that
da
we
hora
can
demais,
do
velho.
that. Like,
Vira
one
tipo
of the
uma
things that
diabrete,
was
assim,
a big
um
problem for our studio
demôniozão
when we
mesmo.
had a long-term project
Tipo,
and a short-term project
demôniozão não, né? Tipo,
is
em
that
forma de mulher, tipo
you know,
uma
you've always had that
sucubus
thing of like you always want to work on the
Porra,
short-term
velho,
thing.
bonito,
Yeah.
So
mano,
now that we've got
bonito.
two short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
Funnily enough.
you know it's like it's just like it's all that stuff is
Ah,
been,
mas
you
os
know,
time
it's
meio é
like
da
coming
hora,
up
mano, é
soon.
da hora.
So, but we'll see.
Mas
We'll
sabe
see
uma
how
coisa
it
que eu tô com
goes.
vontade
But,
infinita
yeah,
de jogar, mano,
we
que
need
eu
to
vi
get
na
our
live do
PoE1
Ricardo, mano,
expansion back.
falando lá hoje,
Yeah,
esqueci o nome
obviously,
dele, velho.
you know,
Pô, o cara
I
me
just
citou
want to
Final
always
Fantasy
make it clear
Tactics,
that,
velho.
you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're
Ricardo,
just
não, sua
releasing
live
this
lá, Pedro,
game.
hoje.
Obviously, we pivoted
Porra,
to
o cara
endgame,
mandou
and
Final
then
Fantasy
that
Tactics,
needed more
Pedrão do
resources,
céu.
and then, of course, combined with the fact
Por que que o
that,
cara fez isso?
you know,
Pô, que vontade de jogar um Final
things
Fantasy
obviously
Tactics,
change.
hein,
There
velho.
are
Queria zerar ele de
unpredictable
novo.
things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee, and then, of course, you have
Cara, tem que vir ano que vem, mano, um HD
know,
2D do Tactics, velho. Esse aí
Christmas
tem
coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily early or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything, you get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems. And
hopefully it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and we don't have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? When I say fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, it's not okay.
I am one mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Yeah, you need to look into that.
No Early Access a gente só vai ter 3. Mas o que acontece? Eles mostraram, né?
Finding fires already.
Organograma ali.
These are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally.
É os atos, né? Do 1 ao 3 ali.
It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh, geez, what do I sell first? But
onde seria o ato 4, 5 e 6, que é o
it's the same
mid-game,
as
né? A
PoE1.
transição, já que
We're
você
good
vai
at it at this
adentrando
point.
pro endgame.
Você
vai fazer o ato 1, 2 e 3 novamente, isso é Early Access, tá?
Porque
não tem o 4, 5 e 6. Só que numa dificuldade maior, superior.
Yeah,
Como
the
se
plan
fosse
is
Diablo
to
4
keep
lá,
them
sabe?
separated
Você
a bit
aumenta a
from each other so
sozinha,
that
você
you
vai
get a
pra
chance
uma
to play
dificuldade
with
maior. Não sei o quanto mais difícil vai ser, mas vai ser dessa maneira aqui nesses 6
we saw
meses.
a cinematic.
Isso vai do 45 ao 65.
That was quite epic.
Do 65 até o 100, que é o level máximo, é o cap, entra no endgame. E daí tem o Atlas, tipo, a parada é infinita, tá ligado? Cê é louco, 5 meses de power up, Pedrão. Cê é louco, obrigado aí pela reinscrição. O refollow, o reinscribe.
Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of
muito bom. Obrigado, Pedrão. Você é louco, você vai ganhar o iconezinho aí da Hitbox aí, ó. Inspiradíssimo no Metal Slug, você é louco. Vou mostrar até meu bíceps aqui, ó, pra você, ó. 5 meses, aí o cara nunca mais manda. Valeu, Pedrão, valeu demais aí pela inscrição, malandronese, você é louco. Não somos mais fortes Day 1, a gente vai jogar, hein.
And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well, not in early access, unfortunately.
Caraca,
later on that we
podia ser dia 6 já, mano.
Ultimately, we just want to make sure that, like, I think a lot of people who got through the PoE1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so, effectively, we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things. But one thing I will say, though, is that it's ultra important to us that we don't break the feeling that, like, when you're playing a second time, that it feels that we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning. About you don't take the control out of the player's
exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm personally a believer of the fact that if you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's just this whole thing. Like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. If you're like you're playing through the, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you have to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, you know, because ultimately, you know, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that you know, there's like all sorts of touch points, all through.
Eles
while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, you know, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the, you know, that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meant to know what is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have us, you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like you know, you kill this boss, you get the next area waypoint, so you just like kill it, log in, waypoint,
right? So you explained to me the other day kind of
outras
the
bases, né?
context
Então,
for the beast
conforme
and
vai
how that leads
aprimorando,
into the
você tem
cutscene in the beginning of
tentar fazer
PoE2
isso aí
from
ser mais
PoE1,
atrativo.
and that I think
Tipo,
helped put it
não
in
necessariamente
Altmoist's
reinventar a roda,
perspective for me
mas
and made me
deixar isso aí mais
appreciate
atrativo.
and
Nem
understand
sempre
what's
uma
going on in the
tarefa
story
So
here more.
effectively, what you're
Quanto
seeing in the
parece
opening
falando,
cutscene is effectively the a new
Cara, não
seed of a
sei se
beast
vai dar, hein?
that is going
A
to
gente
be
pode ir
is growing. Now, in
tentando ver as
PoE1,
notícias.
you know, the beast
O que eu vou
the
deixar
beast
como
was killed,
sugestão é,
and then
como a gente vai
what
jogar
happened in
junto,
response
daí
to that
é
is
o
a bunch
seguinte,
of all the
faz aquele
gods in the
esqueminha,
world were
mano, cai
able
na hora
to
mesmo, compra,
you know, were able to
vê esse
effectively rise
divide, a
again.
gente vai tentando junto,
And you
nem
killed a bunch of
começa, a
them,
gente
but
vê
there
tudo
are
juntos
more,
aí,
you know, in
antes
the
de
world.
começar a jogar.
And effectively,
Se a gente vê que tá dando problema,
we
igual
don't want
foi
to
o
spoil too
Diablo,
much
mano,
about the
pega lá e
storyline
compra
overall,
onde
but
eu falei, tá
effectively,
acessível, tá
obviously
ligado?
someone here, you know, the count is wanting
80,
to
90 pila aí, tá
harness the
suave,
power
mano, tá num
of the
precinho
beast
legal.
once again.
Eu acho que eu vou
And
pegar
then
o
we have
high
the
tier ali,
mysterious
é que eu
figure
preciso
there
entender o
who
que
is
vai ter
saying, you
ainda,
know,
tô me coçando aqui pra
no,
olhar.
don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There
You
was a
know.
comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
É, aquelas coisinhas de Irlex, né? Mas o bom é que já é cross,
Yeah,
né,
if
velho?
someone handed you a
Unlimited
mysterious
curiosity.
orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
Exactly.
Só vai ser
Exactly.
yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and
Aquela estatuetazinha
and
de
it's a
tá
wolf.
muito
It's
louca,
called
velho.
wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl, and the
Great
Great
Wolf's
Wolf
Howl.
obviously being
So you went out there and
Islamite history.
you started telling him.
I stomped
Eu achei
down the
legal também como
road.
eles aprimoraram o
I was
logo
like,
do
we
1
need to
pro 2, né,
rename that
velho?
notable. He's Karui.
Eu acho que
And
eles eram um
then I
estúdio
was
muito
kind
pequeno,
of
era um
reminded
estúdio indie,
that
mano, que
actually he
cresceu, ninguém
was
esperava também que ia tomar
an
essa
orphan
proporção, né,
who,
velho?
an
yeah.
orphan and
Lá em
was adopted
2011.
by a Islamite and
Caraca,
raised
velho.
and so yes, there is a
Muito bom,
mixture
velho,
of
muito bom.
Karui and Islamite background.
Ninguém
And
esperava,
also,
né, mano?
it
A
works.
Blizzard reinava
you were wrong.
absoluta
Fair enough. I
naquele
walked
RPG
back
do
in
Japão,
here
mano.
all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name
He
is
looks
good.
so
Eu citei no início da
chastised
stream,
when
né,
he
velho?
came
Pra
back
mim
in.
superou, sim.
But that just like
O boy pra mim superou o Diablo,
points to the
infelizmente
fact
ou
that I feel like you're doing a lot
felizmente,
more with the characters
Novos
here.
áreas
But you
é
even mentioned that
importante.
ascendancy stuff is going to have an
Yeah,
impact.
yeah.
É,
So,
pra mim o Diablo ele deixou a
that's why.
desejar a
we
partir
just
do
think a lot
3, né?
about this kind of stuff. So
Não é um
the
jogo ruim, tá? É um
acolyte
jogo
of, I
legal,
always
joguei
get this name wrong. The
bastante.
acolyte of
A galera reclama que tava muito colorido, só tem uns
Chayula, I always
problemas
say
com
this
Action
wrong.
House.
So
Depois
the
eles foram
acolyte of
mudando,
Chayula, for
tal.
example, so that we have this sort of storyline with
Mas
the
é
origins of the
que
monks, where there's like an order
o
of
hype Diablo
monks
era
who
extremamente
worship
gigante, porque, mano, é a
a thing
referência,
they
né?
call the Dreamer.
Em
And
4
the
é a
Dreamer
mesma
is
coisa, cara.
actually
E 4 também, porra, gráfico
Chayula.
bonito, CG
So
também
and they don't
muito
know
foda,
this.
como sempre.
They're effectively worshipping a breach
As
demon.
cutscenes,
So
mano,
the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you
encheu os
embracing
olhos,
the
assim,
fact
mas, cara,
that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to
Action
go all the
RPG
way.
sem indie game,
And
cara,
you
suave.
know,
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah,
Eu falei, ele foi
exactly.
lançado
We're
antes
just gonna do
do
it.
que deveria
So
ser.
yeah, there's a lot of thinking like that goes into
Isso
these
foi uma
things.
falha
You know,
muito
what is the
grave,
history
tipo,
of these
mano,
people?
falta
Like,
variação
because
de
I
skill
think
no
a lot of that
Diablo.
stuff
A gente
inspires
pôde ver aqui
interesting
que eu tava
mechanics as
comentando com o
well.
Ricardo
So,
também,
for
conforme tava
example, on that
durando,
one, you've got that into
passando
the
as
breach
streams
skill,
ali
which
de
kind of means
gameplay.
you're always in a breach
E
all the
aqui
time.
nós
You
já
can
vemos uma
see the
variação
things
muito maior
going
de
on.
skill,
Like
tá
that
ligado?
stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool
Os caras
inspiration there.
poderiam
So
ter
coming up
aproveitado
with that
isso de maneira
storyline
melhor.
stuff.
Quando lançou o jogo também no Diablo 4, os caras estavam muito mais
There's a couple other
preocupados
little
com...
things
Vai
that
lá,
I think
Pedrão.
is cool as well,
Mais
and hopefully
preocupados
people
com o
will
balance
notice and
do
pay
que, mano,
attention to.
realmente
So
fazer as ligas. Mano, as ligas foram
there's
uma
one of the
porcaria.
bosses that was shown as uses a
Eu
lot
não
of
gostei,
time
cara.
or
Eu falei
chronomancy.
antes do
And
Diablo 4 lançar, eu falei,
interestingly,
mano,
if you
action
are
RPG pra mim,
a
a
sorceress
essência
and you
do
ascend to
action
Chronomancer
RPG pra mim
and
é
you
um
then
indie
go
game,
to fight that boss,
é onde você vai
if you, for
jogar,
example,
mas tem
try to use
jogadores
time
casuais,
freeze,
todo mundo vai chegar no indie
the
game.
boss is like,
E lá
yeah,
você quer
no, that
consumir,
doesn't
você
work
quer
on
esse
me.
conteúdo, você quer
And there's a dialogue line, and if you
coisas.
cast
Pra quem
temporal
só jogou a
chains on
campanha,
them,
beleza,
he's
Diablo é um
like,
puta jogaço.
you know, just puts it
Mas,
back on
pô,
you.
se
And
você
it's like,
compara na
and
balança
so
o preço que
there's
ele foi
interesting things like
vendido,
that, and it doesn't like
faz
change
sentido,
things
velho,
on a
não faz
grand
sentido,
scale,
desculpa.
right? It doesn't make a certain
E os
class
caras,
not
tipo, falam que,
viable
mano,
or
assim,
anything like
as
that.
primeiras ligas
But
já
there's just
estavam
interesting
prontas antes do
little
lançamento,
quirks
que não
and
sei o
quips
quê,
everywhere.
blá, 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 blá,
Different
blá, blá.
bosses have
Mano, a
different
gente
intro
viu que não
lines
tava, né?
depending on what class
Viu
you're
que não tava,
playing.
essa é a grande verdade.
They have different skill
Ligas
lines sometimes
pobres,
depending on what class class you're playing.
Liga
I mean, we've got
fraquíssimas.
different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes, like
Torço pra que
the
o Diablo,
sorceress
mano, melhore.
was obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she
Ainda
was
tenho minhas
banished
ressalvas
originally.
ainda quanto ao
So,
5
you know,
quando
she needs to
lançar,
find a
como
way
vai
that,
ser
you know,
agora
she needs to be
com
accepted back
a
into their culture
aquisição
again.
da
You know,
Microsoft,
like
né?
we've got things like, you know, the character
uma
we talked about
incógnita.
earlier. So the warrior,
Até
you know, was an
porque
orphan.
o
You know,
Xbox, a Microsoft, ela precisa
he was brought
evoluir,
up by
mano.
actually one
E
of the
muito,
NPCs
muito
in
nos
Act 1 Town.
exclusivos.
So obviously there's a whole
O
different
fraco da
dialogue there because
Microsoft
he's
é
effectively
justamente
his
os
adopted son.
exclusivos.
You know, we've got things like that.
Eles começaram bem com
There's a
Halo,
lot of thought that's gone
Gears,
into, you
alguns
know,
outros
trying to make it
jogos
feel like
ali
all
que
these
fizeram
character
algum
classes
barulho.
have some level of
Mas a
involvement
real é
with
que,
the
mano,
world, you know, that didn't just come
não
into
chega nem
existence
perto
the
de
moment that
competir
you...
com a Sony e com a Nintendo, né?
other little things. So,
que
like
os
more on the
exclusivos
narrative
estão se
side, you obviously we
difundindo,
saw
né?
the
Hoje é
world
mais
map. You have
temporadas
the
da questão dos
icons that
exclusivos,
show
o que eu acho
different things
positivo,
that
que
are
eu
in
acho
each
válido.
act, like all the things you want to
Mas,
explore,
pô,
find,
o
and
Xbox tá
yeah,
precisando,
awesome.
cara. A Microsoft tá
But each of
precisando
them
urgente,
also
cara,
has a little bit of
de
a
ter
kind
franquias
of
de peso em seu
a little
nome,
bit of text
saca?
on them as well. And
Franquias
like,
novas, não tô nem
for
falando das
example,
aquisições que
the
ela fez, cara.
there's one in
Quero
one of
ver
the first
as
areas in the
aquisições que ela fez
game
muito
that's
bem
just like a
feitas.
camp of
A
Iron
jus ao
Count
trabalho,
guards,
que o nome são as
and
franquias, como o Diablo.
you know, we
Mas
showed
quero
it in
ver
the trailer
inovações,
when the
tiveram
Ranger
Redfall
class
aí
trailer we did,
recentemente, cara, que fiasco,
you
velho.
know, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger
Só decisão
shoot some of them,
errônea.
kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, you know, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you know, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, you know, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit
of history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives again a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. It's yeah, there's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because like as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. You know, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and, you know.
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes into
absolutely.
you.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is it's already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
for sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
So you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do
and
the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean,
just
you're clearly leaning into that now. You have well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trial, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have open full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards. That's fine too. So like that's always
yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, you do Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike.
Mas você tem que pensar 2 vezes mais.
The same with the other one, you have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved
build, né? Você
Trial
copiava.
of Chaos.
Sei lá, a minoria dos
a lot of
jogadores
people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like,
estudar e testar horas lá.
Effectively, the Trial of the Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum, which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item-generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure, you know what I mean? It's like, you have the freedom, they are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but...
Well, as is everything, right? The only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like, you're playing the game so you have access to this. And you don't want to trade that away.
Pra mim não faz sentido sair de jogo pra ver bagulho do jogo, tá ligado?
How, on the Ascendancies and the Trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. Did the trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently, because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like Ultimatum, you know, just to immediately start thinking of exploits, it's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, you know, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag. I did.
Well,
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching. I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed.
Cara,
Yeah,
that was part of my strategic choice. I was watching you from.
São mais de 100,
How is it so fast?
Mecânicas, cada
This isn't the
seu,
PoE2 slide.
do seu design, do
Doctor was
seu
going across
estilo
half
de
the arena.
gameplay ali.
This game's supposed to be slow.
Isso é bem legal, porque, mano, no por exemplo, era tipo...
It was good fun. I quite
Beleza,
liked
você
it.
tinha boss com as mecânicas legais, tal, mas...
Mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the
Sei lá, às
time,
vezes
but
ficava tão
I did
overpowered
quite
que você não
like
precisava
the Path of
esquivar,
Exile,
você não
knowing that there's good
precisava...
choices, so I can deal
Normal,
with
pode ser
them
que isso
instead,
aconteça com o
sometimes.
tempo, mas como
100%. So
evoluiu
you got
também,
these,
né?
you got
Passou
these
aí
like
11
2
anos
roguelike
aí primeiro.
dungeons that are going into the
Pô,
beta
cara,
at launch,
hoje em
but
dia,
they're
tipo,
done very
muito mais
differently.
cadenciado,
One's got the
principalmente
honor
agora no
system, which
começo,
is
né?
like a separate health, but it's based on and
Então, eles
scaled by
mesmos já
your health,
citaram,
which
né?
I
Se inspiraram
noted is
bastante
quite...
And your
em
defense
It's just
now,
Souls-like.
it can be
And your
fully
defenses-
mitigated.
E eles
And
se
yeah,
viram
so,
por esse
yeah,
fully
caminho
scaled by
também
your
na
character. You
criação
go in
do
as a tanky
jogo.
character, you'll be
De
tanky in
você
the dungeon, which is
sentir o
really cool.
personagem,
So-
esquivar,
And then with
tipo,
Ultimatum,
soltar
and,
certo.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum
Você
there
não
aren't
fica
any
invulnerável
traps.
quando você tá
Yes.
rolando, é
So,
apenas uma
that's-
mecânica
No traps in Ultimatum,
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If you
Correct.
just want more of a
Se
pure
reposicionar.
combat
Yeah, correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum.
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for
Yeah.
now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So you know, people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4, so it's a question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend an Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods.
Resists and things
just resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
Era legal, era divertido,
They
mas,
are
mano,
Valves
realmente
armor
acho que
forgiving.
precisava de uma
But,
reformulação
like,
nesse
you know, if you think about
Que foram
we
aparecendo mais
talked about
coins também,
enchantment
de
here. So
acordo
some
com o
slots you might
tempo.
value the enchantment
Ainda
over
tem
a
umas
rune
coins
or a
diferentes
socket
para os
slot,
seus
right?
itens,
They're
tal,
probably,
mas não como,
especially towards endgame,
acho
I'd
que não
say that's
servirá
probably going
mais
to tilt
como
that way
moedas de
because
troca, né?
you know, well,
Assim
maybe
como
a
era
soul
o
core
Exalted
contests
Orb
with it, but you know, the whole
tal,
point is that
etc.
there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
You know, and then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But you know, for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen when I've been playing. I've got like, just, life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I've got a tri-res, double defense, life, helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to
sure
spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, "No way, this is unacceptable." But no,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat. And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get. Again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to. But you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think,
corrupted divining of uniques.
Effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
I guess we'll find out.
Aqui com esse lance de você carregar duas builds, poder já modificar a árvore automática ali, tipo,
so that was all just talking about the trials.
Porque agora fica ainda mais fácil e
what about the actual
mais
ascendancies
insano de você criar umas builds mais fodas.
How are they cooking?
Porque você pode criar uma build pensando só em...
Well, they're fun, they're cool.
AOE, né?
We certainly
Dano
try
em
to
área,
get...
que é pra
What
limpar o
we've tried to
mapa e
do
tal.
is for the class,
E
we've
outra
tried to have
single
one that's a
target,
bit
que é
more
pra você
out there.
cacetar a boss, um inimigo
Something that
mais
isn't just,
resistente que tiver no
if
mapa
you think
também,
even
saca?
about in PoE1, you've got the duelist, you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy. So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you've got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger, and but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that. You might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right? Yeah. Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff, and you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a quill rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, you know, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff. And like you get some pretty out there things going on, and the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now, you know, opens up the world to what you can do. And same, like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, making sure people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And yeah, if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it. It sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that's not the case.
E assim, durante você analisando e assistindo a gameplay, lógico que não dá pra ter uma noção exata, né?
Originally the plan was to like have all of the
você vê variações, você vê tipo builds incríveis ali,
some
tipo
sort of weird
skills
split
diferentes.
campaign stuff and all that.
Mas pra você entender melhor o suporte, mesmo quando você estiver jogando
You
seu
mentioned
game,
Deadeye
tá?
though,
Quando
so
você
it
estiver
sounds
com a
like
sua
some of them are coming
main
forwards, but
skill
it's
ali,
all
você
just being
I think it's more
redone at
the
this point.
night. At this point, at this point they'll just be different, right? Like, originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and moving them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So yeah, I mean, look, we might have a class for the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind. Works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could, obviously things don't work quite the same, but then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About like stacking charms.
So it's just, here are, 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like, here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. Right. It sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like. It sort of seems very easy when you come with, okay, we need like 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that, and it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take like to actually get that finished. It takes a lot. So that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes. Just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there. Like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, when you click that All Gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but. Yeah. You initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword, on the other hand?
You absolutely
That's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, that's like a whole other thing. Like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, I was throwing my gas grenades. Which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then. So and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
How much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. It's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. So you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like. What do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going tink 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 tink.
Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast Frostwalls and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun. Yeah. It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Cool. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
it's the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
you get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making game,
Exactly.
not hiding your good
Exactly.
builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, you got a good weapon and you got the right. You got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of where is this going to go. And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my pierce, where do I put, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing: it is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But that's a kind of more subtle argument that you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have mandatory, here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know. But it's like exactly. It's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like
for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like if you're looking to be able to the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make. You're still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. But what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
that.
Yeah,
because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever. But even if you discount for those, it's
I know. That's a lot.
You got what
because there's 20 to 25 for each for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them.
All staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly. Right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's, no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
That's tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So we're like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. Like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
That's going to make people actually want to use it now.
You'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree, because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the.
Vai travar de novo.
Because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just refer to them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
It doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a name
We probably
for that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through it. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase in difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again.
Kiwi e tal. Tá tipo 63
But way harder, and then and then there's four levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do just all on one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. That's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PoE 1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the...
Caracoles, velho. Porra. Deixa nós assistir a peteca aí em paz.
Reach nodes. It said like increased difficulty. What
Dificuldade.
does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like,
Safadeza, eu diria.
for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or high item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, in PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool. Like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, like, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale down in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, with more specific changes.
Yeah, this multiple projectile thing you shoot has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So, just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder. And that is going to be different for different players too, where a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently is the harder you make, the harder.
Tá de brincation, né? Não é possível bagulho desse. Porra, bicho.
Content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players because effectively, a build's only viable if it can defeat, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. That will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
We have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is if we find that there's only some particularly abusive, only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. PoE2 does not have the history of PoE1 to be able to to know kind of what what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss? Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without, you know...
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time, you know? So you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things, but, like, a lot of these are, like, very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass the things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say it is very much... A lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, you know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or, you know, or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block,
or
shield block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same for all your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of. I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the atlas. And it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE 1, with that feeling of kind of, you know, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's a feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, you know, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. You know, like I guess in PoE 1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE 1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole, like, I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE 2, we get to kind of have the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring, but because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, you know, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, you know, can be added to it. You can do things if you like the, you know, particular maps, you know, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So, you know, like you've both got controllability, but also you know, the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You've got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, you know, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, you know, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters. You know, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium. And some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, you know, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them.
Oh.
And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, that's part of the Pee-wee experience. For 100%.
But how much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around. The structure of the connections is quite open, so like you can beeline for things pretty well. Like if you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean. So because of that, like choosing what you want is easy.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you're going to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Yeah. The fog kind of in 3D kind of. The fog's actually a 3D thing, and it like rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special more iconic things you find. But this we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole... hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure, as opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little weird.
So we wanted to start with to actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We haven't become a sci-fi crazy, but you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes, well, even then we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, how many moons are we? Don't. There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. They'll do like a little marker just so you know.
I was worried about that.
Honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that you know, like if you generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway, because those are the one, you know, those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, you know, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, you know, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like, you know.
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
Yeah.
So effectively, if that's what you want to do now, you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one, because you know obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
Can chain
you're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Josh was like, no, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the 3rd one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of
progression. I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah, like they can have all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking.
Similar.
Yeah, they're basically the same.
They're pretty similar.
They're pretty similar.
So there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet and that kind of thing. But effectively,
assim, a apresentação deles tá muito boa, tal. É muito mais agora voltado para conversa, falando sobre o que vai ter o jogo, etc e tal.
I think
de gameplay mesmo, tipo.
Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the
songboxes
and essences.
Yeah. So initially we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. Sorry, on the Atlas. But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it didn't I felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system. You just run into randomly because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. It's just like randomly kind of this, and that was like
89, a partir de
Is that sort of stuff on the
R$89.
core Atlas tree?
Eu falei, a GG ela costuma realmente fazer a localização, porque o preço é $30. Se usar a conversão era 173 pila, alô Blizzard, né?
Keep waystones.
Alô Blizzard, 350 pila num jogo.
Maps, waystones, same thing.
Feito pela
Yes, I've
metade.
had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the PoE1 connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with the system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make because you need to make tons of encounters and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vaal monsters, Vaal bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better, consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control.
Isso é legal se abrisse uma votação.
Incursion, we've got
quais as melhores
awesome
ligas,
Vaal artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on. Nah, you're not just going to have a floating roof.
Da galera que eles consideram a melhor e a
The
pior.
Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Ordenar e pontuar cada uma
Keeping
delas.
with the theme of vacuum
Ou
cleaners.
sei lá, tentamos escolher as 5 melhores e as 5
Standing and then
Mistakes were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them as opposed to just like, I'm like in a city and there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved in with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them.
Tem gente que gosta pra caramba, é gosto, né?
That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
Gosta mais, gosta menos.
Definitely take some mercenary action to that. Be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to.
Era legal ter
You have some
do
kind of
jogo,
like
né,
penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there,
committed.
What's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE 1.
Yeah.
That you like just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this. Like, just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often. Because there's just this thing in your cemented in your mind of like, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt. How could it possibly drop like there are multiple times in that one? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can there's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before. Yes, and the reason why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the drop.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You are still reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing. Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like, there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like, make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have over 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. Enjoy, and and you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. The same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it. I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem. And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things, the customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think the customization is even it's the soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we've effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things. You can, there's stuff you can do there that is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things. So
I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep impactful crafting that we have, but it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item, but you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the
effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it. Like that kind of thing is really cool. So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just it means we don't have to have like the spam of items that's like crazy. Like you actually feel like that you kill a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE 1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a PoE 1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything. Exactly. So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about like are the items actually good? Like ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item that drops up. Like that is that to me is a win, and I think we're basically getting at that point.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways, where like a player is struggling.
The more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well. If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and and you will definitely find more things, and
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there.
Exactly.
This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again. And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff. And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that. Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss like 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there or a little campsite.
Or like there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly. But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there. And I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit. But also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find. And I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are very obviously hidden intentional secrets. That
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes, I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all the anger and friction for me was especially bulk trading. It was horrible, and I was just like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exalted?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. We were worried, but thankfully none of the horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place. Like the non-tradability of it, using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done. I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So I think that path dependency kind of did matter. The
paths we weave. So, how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't the currency exchange was 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that fixed a lot of the it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially. So I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped a vast amount.
Those were the annoying drains.
Yeah, they were for sure. They were.
Yeah. definitely.
Great. So we've had some, so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a
Solo
tricky
self-found.
question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like, not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, you know, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like, we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that, like, it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So,
for some people, getting rich is the main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will actually be a factor. And look, like, I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what, you know, that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because, again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like, we don't have Kirak mods costing, you know, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where
gonna
to get
it
them as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, you know, beyond trivial. So, you know, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, you know, each to their own, that to be seen, and, you know.
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like, once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, you know, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great.
Right.
Good. That's good to know. It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules
now
that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life. And I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard. So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
from what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off
having
unless
a
you,
fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important, because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore, because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets, so like you're back to normal
now,
again.
In end-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as long as you don't die. So you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like a log out or the server crashes or something like not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss.
Do malandro,
segment of gameplay.
O cara tá com uma sede da porra. Tem que
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character.
Só fazendo a pose na stream.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving? Well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like, we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line. And then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if the server crashes or something that you just paused and you can jump back in as well. You're failing because of your own faults.
Yep. Now, it is worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint and then it will just create a new instance. Cool. You don't have to die to do it. And you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool. Excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back in click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it
why
back.
That is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
he's a click to move player.
He's 100% click to move. He is very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it,
that'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary. That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational tactical play style. Yeah, it's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for.
I'm feeling it's a while. We're getting
at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We've been going, we've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything
Muita
like
gente não deve estar
challenges or
acompanhando a live,
challenge
cara,
rewards in
porque
early access.
quando o Pedrão entrou, a gente tava brincando, eu conversei com o
Did I
Ricardo
ask
dele
about
também
races,
sobre
events, and privately?
vários sites
I
grandes.
think not initially,
que a live ia
but we will do it
começar às
later.
9 da noite.
I
aqui
think
no Brasil.
I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site. And we had to do
Pô, ele
some
anuncia,
work
né, via...
It wouldn't be far away though. Like, it wouldn't take that long before we get to it. Like,
I can't exactly remember either, but yeah, it wouldn't be
tava 5
private
horas
leagues
da
in
tarde,
particular
falei,
wouldn't be
galera.
far away.
Yeah.
A stream vai começar às 5 horas da tarde.
So I mean, we'll have
Mas,
them.
mano, é
just not,
9, a
like,
gente ficou
right
nesse
initially.
debate, né?
And
falei,
I
velho,
think I did miss this
vou
actually.
seguir o
So
site dos
clusters
caras.
are
É
a thing or
assim,
not a
tanto
thing?
que a
Are
gente
they,
anunciou
they've
nas
been kind of
redes
replaced by
sociais
those
Yeah, we
waves?
replaced them with that almost like rollable
Tinha
timeless
contagem
duel kind of thing.
regressiva também nos caras. Eu pensei, mano,
At least
só
for
se
now,
os
there's
caras forem
like so
falar do
much
PoE1
passive tree
primeiro,
there,
alguma
and the
liga, alguma
duels
coisa, sei lá, mas
accomplish
pra
the
mim não
kind of
faria muito
off-build thing
sentido.
anyway.
Eu
Like,
tô achando que vai
Hardly
ser
need
só de
to
PoE2
add the
mesmo,
extra
tal,
passive
etc.
trees on your passive trees
yes,
yet.
yes, we
That's awful.
we made the passive
impressão
tree
que eu tive é,
implicitly bigger, so
alguém anunciou
Because
que
the
isso
jewels are in the
porventura ia
tree
ser às
that's
9
again
da
I talk
noite.
about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature
A
as
galera
well.
foi de
So.
Ctrl-C, Ctrl-V na informação.
Got another
e-
decade of what we had with Path of Exile
Yeah,
1 to
abraço,
look
tá
forward
ligado?
to
Não
for
sei,
Path of
tô
Exile 2,
supondo,
hopefully,
tá?
before we start
Às vezes, sei lá,
worrying
tipo,
about Path
mudou
of
no
Exile 3.
decorrer ali, eu não tô sabendo.
You go,
Aí
just,
ficou meio
just start
confuso
thinking,
aqui
just
pra
start
gente.
thinking about
It's a
that.
little while.
Tinha canal falando
We,
certinho que ia começar
so
às 5,
I guess
né, no
to
YouTube.
just finish this off for today,
Mas os
you
sites
guys
mesmo, a
have a
maioria que eu
recommendation
vi, velho, tava
of
falando
what is
9
the
horas da
best
noite.
class to
Falei,
play in the
mano,
beta?
I mean,
Tá
that's
de
a very hard
sacanagem.
one. Honestly, like, so
There's so many choices now.
there are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is like glass cannon, you know, like it's very fast, but you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know. I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more tactical.
Maybe I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it. I
don't have that
really
ability
like
to correct if you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So you know, it's just whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah. I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that Monk and then Warrior had the highest satisfaction
yes,
levels.
Warrior's next, by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's 2 melee classes.
Exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah, you know, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but...
It's such a change from, like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still...
I mean, I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to go sorceress and then just go. I don't know what
it's
skills
good to hear some
I'll
sorceress
play.
love. I feel like she's not been getting enough attention.
I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So it just feels cool.
All right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I liked that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full grenader. You were.
I was doing the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I know what. Some sort of monk trigger build, obviously. It's always just going to be fun to play around with.
They have so many of those like stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. So thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right, thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. And thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
that's it.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
yeah, it's true.
Sorry.
Yeah. I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. That's all.
All right.
I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Pô, da hora, velho. Sensacional, hein, rapaziada. Sensational. Assim, não deu pra ver muito de gameplay. A conversa ela foi bem extensa, tal, legal, tipo. Por mais que tenha informações técnicas, foi numa dinâmica também mais leve, saca? Eu esperava ver mais de gameplay, não tô nem reclamando, tipo, sei lá. Era só o que eu esperava mesmo. Dia 6 tá aí, querendo ou não. Vou aproveitar que a gente tá aqui em live ainda. Vamos aproveitar que a gente tá no PC. Vou abrir a Steam aqui na real. Quer ver? Steamzeira monstra. Deixa eu habilitar outra janelinha aqui pra nós ver, ó. Se liga. Segura a canjica. Tô só substituindo aqui, ó, rapidão. Pronto. Iremos juntos. Deixa eu fechar essa aqui. Fenomenal, velho. Aproveitando, vamos olhar aqui, ó. Os packzinhos, né, que a gente tava citando ali. Ué. Item indisponível, mas... Que bagulho que é esse aqui, velho? Doideira. Remove aí, sei lá que bagulho que é esse aí. Ó. Vamos lá, vamos ao que interessa. Então vamos lá, a gente tem 3 packs aqui, hein, galera, ó. O pack de 89, vou arredondar, tá? O pack de 89 pila. O pack de 62. Tá, e o pack de 270 pila. Vamos entender o que vem em cada um deles. Beleza, vamos aqui no Click here for details. Ih, rapaz. Clique aqui para os detalhes. Mas e aí, cadê os detalhes? Muito bom, viu? Só que a gente tá ao vivaço. É isso? Não dá para ver os detalhes? Caraca. Será que tá tudo bugado? Cacete, hein? Pera aí, rapaziada. Pera. Vamos com carinho, vamos com calma. Tá tudo torto hoje, hein, velho? Pelo amor de Deus. Vou até escrever aqui pra ver o que vem. Sim, o jogo vai ser gratuito, galera. Pra galera ficou confusa aí quando eu passei ali gratuito. Mas como assim é gratuito, você tá pagando? É o Early Access, galera. Tem a previsão de durar 6 meses, ou seja, o PoE deve lançar em junho, julho aproximadamente. Não se tem a data exata até onde eu saiba. Mas... é basicamente isso. O primeirão foi meio que assim também. Galera, não vou conseguir passar os detalhes porque infelizmente aqui parece estar bugado aqui o site. Ou eles só não adicionaram a informação ou estão mexendo em alguma coisa e joga para a página inicial, tá? Então vou ficar devendo essa informação. De qualquer maneira, os vídeos vão estar no YouTube também, tá? Então, mano, muito simples, joga aqui, ó. @hitboxgame. É sucesso, ó. Não tem segredo. Você vai encontrar o nosso canal aqui, ó. 40 inscritos. Já peço aí de antemão, se possível, se inscreve aí. A gente começou faz questão de 2 semanas a postar os vídeos aqui dentro da stream. Pô, grata surpresa, cara. O nosso primeiro vídeo aqui tem 3 semanas, né? Então são mais de 2 semanas, desculpa. Já estamos na 3ª semana. Com 5.500 mil... Pô, 500, cara. Ixi, Mari, calma. Calma, é o cansaço. É o cansaço e a fome, é o sono. 5,5 mil visualizações. Pô, pra gente é um feito incrível. Para um primeiro vídeo, saca? Então eu queria agradecer o carinho de todo mundo aí que tá colaborando com a gente. Isso tem se refletido aqui na conversão aqui dos inscritos. Olha a nossa stream aqui, ó. Cobrindo a stream do Path of Exile 2, ALELUIA. Porque eu estou esperando desde 2021, por isso desse ALELUIA tão grande. Acho que é o jogo que eu tô esperando há mais tempo, assim, saca? Então tá aqui nosso canal aqui, ó, @hitboxgame. Você vai ver aqui tudo certinho, tudo lindo, coisa linda de meu Deus. Da hora, velho, da hora pra caramba. Então, tivemos boas aceitações aqui. Estamos crescendo, estamos começando agora no YouTube. E tudo que for monetizando aqui e entrando para Hitbox, você pode ter certeza que vai ser convertido em melhorias diretamente para Hitbox, saca? O porquê disso? Nós não dependemos da Hitbox para viver. Isso torna as coisas, a dinâmica muito mais fácil. São dois pontos, né? A gente tem menos tempo também para estar gerenciando, para estar criando, para estar movimentando, né? Tipo, a gente não usa, a gente usa nosso tempo extra. Querendo ou não, eu e o Ricardo, a gente tem, além da Hitbox, mais dois trabalhos cada um. Pedrão também tem mais um trabalho, além da Hitbox. Querendo ou não, o Pedrão e o Ricardo já são casados, já têm filhos, então, mano, demanda tempo com família, mas, cara, a gente tá sempre com carinho aqui. Então, por isso que a gente fala, mano, se possível, se inscreve aí, segue a gente, ouve o podcast, compartilha tudo que tem aí da Hitbox. A Hitbox é uma marca incrível, a gente tá construindo essa comunidade juntos, então é um sonho. Começou como um hobby, né? Não posso nem se falar que é um sonho que eu estaria mentindo. Mas é um hobby, tipo, mano, entre amigos ali que a gente se juntou, começou a fazer a parada e foi tomando gosto e foi aumentando a proporção e a gente foi crescendo e, tipo, putz, teve a interação agora lá com as strings, agora a gente tá tendo esse retorno também junto com os vídeos, então é bem bacana, saca? É bem bacana mesmo, é bem prazeroso tá fazendo essa parada. Então é um hobby que está crescendo, saca? Tipo, é quando se junta entre amigos mesmo e a galera tem uma responsabilidade, tem com engajamento, de maneira leve, tá? Aqui, tipo, nada pesadão, tal, tipo, vida leve, tranquilão, com responsabilidade, a gente criando as coisas. É o que eu falei, tipo, tem esse lado que é um pouco mais devagar, porque a gente demanda tempo extra, mas é muito legal, cara, é muito bacana de estar vivenciando isso e vocês que fazem isso acontecer, né? Essa é a grande verdade. Se não tivesse o público, mano, não, saca, não teria muito por que a gente tá fazendo isso e, tipo, uma hora ou outra a gente ia acabar cansando. Então, às vezes é desgastante, às vezes cansa, porque é o que eu falei, a gente usa nosso tempo extra que a gente podia estar descansando, ou curtindo com a família, ou curtindo entre amigos, ou saindo pra qualquer rolê. E a gente tá aqui com prazer, saca? Então, se possível aí, considere aí se inscrever, considere aí dar aquele follow maroto. O que você puder ajudar aí é tudo nosso, beleza? Galera, tá batendo 4 horinhas ali. Eu vou fazer os vídeos aí de Path of Exile 2, vai entrar forte. Day One eu tô jogando com toda certeza. Faço um vídeo também falando sobre os detalhes, né, desses packs aí. E vai subir um vídeo, acho que ainda hoje, entre hoje e amanhã aí, sobre a expectativa do PoE 2. Lembrando que esse vídeo ele foi feito quando tava para ser lançado dia 15 ainda, tipo, não tinha nem sido adiado, saca? Eu dei uma segurada nesse vídeo aí pra ver se, mano, valia a pena o pau. Não, eu vou upar de qualquer maneira, tá tranquilo. Depois eu faço um atualizadão também. É muito mais falando sobre a expectativa, né, do quanto eu tava esperando o jogo do que qualquer outra coisa. Talvez alguma informação vai estar fora de contexto, porque é o que eu falei, né? O jogo ele chegou a ser adiado para o dia 6, a princípio ele seria lançado dia 15, agora que passou. Mas faz parte do processo. É isso. A todos que acompanharam aí, agradeço de coração. Sou o Grassotti, vou ficando por aqui, o careca da Cama Gamer. E vai ter muito Path of Exile 2, vocês não tenham dúvida disso, beleza? Tanto no Early Access quanto o jogo lançar. Então tamo juntasso. Apareça aí sempre que possível. Vai ser um prazer ter vocês com a gente. Aquele abraço, galera. Aquele soquinho do poder, ó. E valeu, tamo junto. E vai, Corinthians. Que fase que tá o nosso Corinthians, rapaziada. É a Memphis Mania. Tamo na liberta, hein? O careca tá maluco. Ai, eu tô maluco.